Formally inaugurate the summit, may I invite Sri David Frawley or Vamadevaji as is known, Dana, Davidji, member of the International Advisory Council and also a Vedic scholar, Dana Merriam, chairperson of the International Advisory Council and has her own initiative, the Peace Initiative for Women. Dr. Jayanti S. Ravi, the secretary of Auroville Foundation. Sir Raju sir, member of the governing board. Please may I invite you to come onto the stage. Shri Aravindanji, a member of the governing board. And may I request Shambhaviji to do an invocation of the Shakti or whatever you feel called to as the lamp is lit for a collective awakening.
Sarvamangalam Mangalye Shive Sarvarth Sadhike Sharanaye Trayambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Sharanagata Dinarata Parestrana Parayane Sarvasyati Hare Devi Narayani Namostute Mam Narayani Namostute Mam Sarvasvarupe Sarveshe Sarvashakti Samvite Bhayabhyastram Hino Devi Durge Devi Namostute Mam Durge Devi Namostute Mam.
Can I request Vamadevaji, Jayanti ma'am, Dana ma'am, and the other two governing body members to just please come onto the stage. And so Dana, I'm just going to invite you to share the context as we all sit here.
Since we're a small group, What I'm proposing is that yesterday we had a morning of meditation and chanting. What I'm proposing, since this theme is collective sadhana, that we alternate our times for discussion with times for meditation and chanting, that we begin to integrate the collective sadhana, and so that we are doing what we're talking about. And we're not such a small group, and I'm wondering if we should reconfigure into a circle, but we can think about that later so that it becomes more intimate. We had designed this to be an intimate gathering. Last year, our gathering was on science and spirituality, the convergence of science and spirituality. And it was more presentations about what the cutting edge of science is and how it's moving closer and closer to what the spiritual masters from the ages have said. This year, we decided to be in Auroville, a place that's designed for collective evolution, to do collective evolution, to talk about it, and to talk about it as the need of the hour for the human species, for the planet, for all the life forms. So why are we doing it here now? It's what we need to do now. We have to evolve into a higher state of being in order to manifest a higher consciousness for the whole planet, not just for the human species, for the whole planet. And what happens on this planet affects everything else, because everything is connected, interconnected. And so I say we do this not just to human species, we do it collectively with the earth, with the guidance and help of the earth, with the trees, with the sea life. We heard a little bit about that yesterday. We're doing it collectively with all of life. But we have to be conscious of that we're doing it collectively, connecting with all of life. And so we're going to begin by having our first discussion on the state. Where are we in the cycle of time? You know, all of the ancient societies talked about the great year, 24,000 year cycle. It was the great year. And they knew it went through ups and downs. Consciousness changed throughout that. And it affects everything. It affects life on the planet. So where are we in that great year that can help us with the evolution as we've entered the age of technology, which is speeding things up, which makes it more urgent now to evolve than it was 300 years ago. We were in a different state. But now we have technology without the wisdom to use the technology wisely. So we need to catch up spiritually with what inventions we've already uncovered. So I'll leave it at that. That is an entry into our first conversation.
And may I request, Vamadeva ji, continuing from that context, from your experience, if you could share from your wisdom.
Yes. Hari Om. I recently wrote an article based upon Yogananda's teaching, and he has a very interesting text called World in Transition, and he makes a very important point. He says we are now in a higher, more electrical age, but it also has greater challenges to go along with it. Basically, he said science is a two-edged sword. It can create better technology, but it can also be weaponized. And he was speaking relative to the nuclear bomb and World War II, but we're also seeing that today. We can even weaponize the media, education, medicine, so many things. So we have to cultivate a higher consciousness to deal with this. Even today we have this concept of artificial intelligence. And as I tell people, an artificial human being is not a human being. So artificial intelligence is not intelligence, but it has the power to organize and control data, information, action, and our lives. So what this means is that unless we develop a yogic consciousness, this technology will overwhelm us, or those who want to weaponize it will be able to do so. So only yoga gives us the viveka, discernment, the vairagya, the detachment. And Sri Aurobindo, with the integral yoga, is able to show how, as he said, a yogi can do anything better than a non-yogi. And all life is yoga, and every profession can be a yoga. So the need to integrate yoga into life rather than simply into renunciation is more challenging and necessary today. So these challenges will remain. They will remain through the end of the century. They may even go beyond that. But we also have these new opportunities, and Auroville can function as a model to address how to use technology, media in the right way, and at the same time as a means of developing a higher consciousness, and you might say taking us back to the Rishi roots and the spiritual origins and goal of humanity. So the challenges and opportunities are there. Greater the challenges, the greater the opportunities, and I think we can share both, but it is the opportunity of transformation that we really need to give emphasis for. Yoga Shakti can overcome all other forces and can remove all negativity. Hari Om.
On that note, if Arvindanji or Sir Rajuji, if you would like to offer from your perspective, you've been contemplating, reflecting a lot, and writing a lot on this. So given in this context, and given the theme, what would be some of your thoughts or reflections?
Well, in 1970, a book was published called Future Shock by Alvin Toffler. In that, there was a small subsection called Cyborgs Among Us. It was about human beings who were having some kind of artificial organ inside them. And he pointed out, he speculated that this could extend to the brain. After that, in 1972, Michael Crichton came out with a book called Terminal Man, in which he actually visualized a brain implant inside the brain, which should be connected through wireless network to a computer. This was in 1972. January 2024, we have Neuralink of Elon Musk, which actually has a brain implant connected to a network. And the data from the brain can be downloaded in a C data link. So that is the kind of advancement. And artificial intelligence, as Dr. David Frawley, Vamadeva Sastriji pointed out, may not be natural, it may be artificial at one point, but when it creates a kind of symbiotic relationship with the human consciousness, then it can transform both. When Dalai Lama was asked, can the next Dalai Lama be a robot? And Dalai Lama said, it is always possible that the Buddha consciousness can arrive into a receptacle that has been formed artificially. It can manifest itself there also. So we are at a very interesting stage where the evolution is accelerating right in front of us in a very material way. And that also means there is an underlying spiritual evolution. If I can take 3 more minutes, I will just point it out, how it is happening. When first artificial intelligence was proposed, what was thought was, we would create a brain that would imitate the actual brain. So we would create a machine that would imitate all the functionings of the brain. And that led to a computer model, typical computer model. That led to what was called the AI winter. Artificial intelligence, all the research stopped because they couldn't progress beyond a point. And then came a breakthrough in 1980s when a scientist thought, actually organisms evolve. So how do the organisms evolve? They evolve by learning. Let us create something that can learn from the environment and enrich itself. And then you have all the developments accelerated in artificial intelligence. So now you can see that how the models are borrowed. Tomorrow we will be celebrating February 12th. It is Darwin's Day. So I was reading Sri Aurobindo's works on Darwin, on evolution, and I found that he had predicted most of the things that are going to happen in science. For example, how the discovery of hereditary mechanisms, hereditary processes are going to impact evolution. That is something that even the scientists could not come to terms with, because hereditary is something that conserves the genetic material of the organism. Evolution is something that diversifies the genetic material of the organism. So how do you harmonize both? That was a big problem. And Sri Aurobindo says there will be a synthesis. There was a synthesis in 1940. Sri Aurobindo was writing this in 1918, as if it has already happened, he was writing. So, if we go through the work of Sri Aurobindo, we find one thing very clear. What we have to create is a receptacle. And that receptacle will take care of the evolution that is happening again and again. And Auroville is that receptacle, in which we are going to create the environment and the countless possibilities. And there are going to be a lot of Schrodinger's cats inside this box. And they may evolve as the situations deem fit. Thank you so much for that.
Already, after launching this James Webb Telescope, we came to know few more things about the galaxy and its situation. In quantum physics, we know the split bord experiment and how the subatomic particles are behaving. Artificial intelligence is superseding the human consciousness sometimes, but as we know, it cannot. It has some limits, but still material consciousness based on materials and artificial intelligence is on one side. We have already mapped genomic technology, what is there. It's a process of evolution. In this process of evolution, as human being also, we are also evolving, as our Aravindan pointed out. So we are with different elements within us in a different form, and this human being is a composition of certain elements. And as human being, the process is going on. We are trying to understand the material evolution. At the same time, we are trying to understand ourselves. As such, the Aurobindo has pointed out integral understanding of the processes. We are at one point where we have to evolve ourselves. We have to understand the contemporary situations, a new environment, and we have to go ahead. So several times the spirituality poses some questions before science, and science also poses some questions before spirituality. Both are have to understand together in the latest scenario. So, and already 50 years back, Aurobindo has given us a broad spectrum. And of course, we are trying to understand much more about his thoughts and all. So let us rethink and come to a few more guidelines. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing that powerful context of how Sri Aurobindo already has been writing of what we're still working about, and sharing that context that we have a work ahead. And Dr. Jayanti Hazravi, as a secretary of Auroville Foundation, who is also putting her efforts to see that we at Auroville together, and Auroville and the community at large, what is the possibility way forward to make that happen? Your inaugural address and your thoughts, your journey on this.
At the outset, a very warm welcome to all of you, each one of you with a lot of love and respect. I want to specially place on record our deep gratitude to our Honorable Chairman of the Governing Board, who is physically not able to join us today. He, Sri R.N. Ravi, the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu, has been solidly at the forefront of all of these efforts that are going on to manifest the city not just of brick and mortar, but all the dimensions to it, and a city of unity. He was to come. In fact, several times there were phone calls for his arrival here. He was eagerly looking forward, but then there's an assembly session beginning tomorrow. So with a lot of, shall I say, sadness, he said, I'm not going to, because this is something very, very dear to him. He said he's not able to join. So we want to acknowledge his contribution in all of this that we're doing now. I also want to take this opportunity to say that this is a part of the 150th birth anniversary celebrations of the Lord, who had conceived of a Gnostic community, and the implementation of which was done very beautifully, initiated by the founder of Auroville, his spiritual collaborator, the mother. He was a Shakta. The small book that he's written on the mother talks of almost every topic that is so relevant even today, from money to the need to have harmony, the need for perfection, and also in his concept of Chatur Vyuha, the four aspects, which also in a way has a connection with the hierarchical organization of work, which has nothing to do with heredity, as he said, but that every aspect is important, whether it's the Maheshwari, Mahakali, Mahalakshmi or Mahasaraswati. All these aspects of human organization, human life, collectivity, and all these within a human being, within the individual, and collectively there may be a greater preponderance of one attribute in some of us, and how, and all this is dynamic. It's not fixed, it's not permanent, ossified, but it is something that keeps dynamically changing. So we're very grateful that on the 150th occasion of the 150th birth anniversary of Sri Aurobindo, Ministry of Culture has, facilitated the possibility of this summit. And I express my deep gratitude to Dana, Raghu, he's probably stepped out, Raghu Anantanarayan-ji, and so many of you who have helped curate it, and of course our own Sudha. We've all tried to make this as relevant to the current context with other honorable members of our GB as well. Shradhaluji is also here. I want to especially acknowledge his presence last year as well, and this year in all of this. As Dana said, in the next few minutes, I propose also to read a few things that Mother said about Auroville, because we spoke about the imperative need for yoga to be in this context of artificial intelligence, without which sine qua non, otherwise what we're all seeking to do may not be possible. But we also heard Arvindanji talk about Alvin Toffler to Elon Musk and how AI, what are the disruptive changes and the possibilities. As he was talking of a Buddha, like I looked at Bhante. So we are at a crossroads where we can use this as an opportunity to make or mar humanity. And that is what, much before all this came to be proven, because some of these things get validated by science, but as the Vedic seers saw, Sri Aurobindo was a seer. He predicted, he spoke of all this, and which now science is validating one by one. He spoke of the 5 dreams, which you're all very familiar with, but yet to just give a minute or two, he spoke of a free and united India, a resurgent Asia, and it's very important for us to know, those of us who visited the ashram playground, the map of India that boldly stands out there without any sankoch, without feeling ashamed, is that of the spiritual map of India, which includes all the way till Afghanistan and all the way till Myanmar, today's Myanmar. That was Mother's idea of the spiritual map of India, to say that a resurgent Asia is again imperative. He also spoke the next of a brighter, nobler, fairer world order. And that is where the theme of this year's summit, we're moving ahead, science and spirituality is the overarching theme. It is not orthogonal to this year's specific theme, which is moving from the individual to the collective. So when we speak of a world order, we also realize that Sri Aurobindo's seminal research, on which David G. has done a lot of work, was on the secret of the Vedas. In fact, we're also in the process of celebrating it, establishing something of that grandeur and magnitude in Auroville, dedicated to Vedic studies, the oral traditions, how this idea of Sanatana Dharma, divinity pervading everything and every being, every tree, and therefore all of this, and therefore there's no difference of me and the other. That was the essence of what the Secret of the Vedas said. But there too, there were individual islands of excellence at that time, and now as we move from the individual to the collective, which is what a brighter, nobler, global, greater world order was about, and as a chronology, the next dream was about India's spiritual gift to the world, because while you aim for that, that's the vision. What could be the journey? And the key, without mincing words, without being diffident about it, boldly stated that India's signature is her spirituality, and how that can be the key to really move towards that, which is what has been articulated directly, indirectly by all the speakers today and in the course of the last few years. And fifthly, which is extremely relevant, all of this is relevant to this place on which our feet are situated today, Auroville. He talks of that crucible of evolution where a collective group of voluntary people with that voluntary will to want to accelerate this process of evolution, which AI is also competing with us in a way, but with that sprinkling or complete addition of the yogic consciousness to make sure that it's not just something that happens in a desultory way, mindless way, and actually helps us accelerate what the process which may take millennia. So I will read out a few things that Mother or Sri Aurobindo have said, and maybe after it for 5 seconds we can reflect on it in the context of what we are seeking to do in the next few days. True spirituality lies in the service of the divine work. To refuse to work for all is only a demonstration of selfishness and has no spiritual value. The first thing to do to be able to live in Auroville is to consent to free oneself from one's ego. Beautiful journey from the individual to collective. A very bold and beautiful depiction of this movement comes in the very symbol of Auroville. I don't know if all of you have seen the symbol of Auroville. Mother draws it at her age of 90 plus. She was 90 years young at that time. So I can imagine Mother holding on to a pen with steady fingers, drawing it with a lot of precision. And she says, this is what the symbol looks like if it's visible here on the right side. She says the dot at the center represents unity, comma, the supreme. The inner circle represents the creation, the conception of the city, which is Auroville. The petals represent the power of expression, the realization. And this unity that she's referring to is not a conditional unity that we often misunderstand. We believe that I like somebody as long as they agree to what I say, and vice versa. But it's a unity which it makes synonymous with the divine. It's a unity without which nothing else can exist, the basis of everything. The other key statement of the Mother again, Auroville is the first attempt in the experiment. A new world will be born if men consent to strive for transformation and the search for sincerity. It can be done. It took millennia to evolve from animal to man. Today man, thanks to his mind, can accelerate things and will a transformation towards a man who will be God. And that is what is the purpose of our being in Auroville. I want to share something that happened a few months ago in Auroville as we are moving in this journey from the individual to the collective. We have, a lot of you may not be aware of it, we have 24 schools in Auroville. 14 Auroville schools and 10 outreach schools. When we sat with the Sri Aurobindo Institute for International Education and Research and worked this out, we also realized we have nearly 371 facilitators or teachers, full-time, part-time, volunteers. So for the first time, we decided to invite all of them right here for an immersive of 3 days. And we also decided to take a soft sledgehammer and break certain walls between the children of the mother, which had existed for some time, namely the ashram, Sri Aurobindo Society, and Auroville. We thought, why don't we all collaborate and work together rather than alone? And right here, I think some of you who participated will palpably remember the transformation that happened here. At the end of the third day, most people had moist eyes. It was very well attended. Other than 15 people who couldn't come for certain valid reasons, almost everybody was here, participated fully. And learning from each other, we also had something called Saptadhara, a lot of emphasis on expression of the vital in terms of Sangeet, Nrityadhara, Natyadhara, Rang, Kala, Kaushalyadhara. I think some of you may not understand what I'm saying, but these are simple words to say all aspects. And also Yog, Vyayam, Khelkud Dhara. Then we also had Sarjanatmak Abhivyakti Dhara, and so on. So to say that this was about integral education that the teachers, facilitators shared. There's a small quote of Sri Aurobindo that we may want to spend a few seconds listening to. All here shall be one day her sweetness's home. All contraries prepare her harmony. Towards her our knowledge climbs, our passion gropes. In her miraculous rapture we shall dwell. Her clasp shall turn to ecstasy our pain. Our self shall be one self with all through her. This is from Savitri. As we move in this journey from the individual to the collective, we draw inspiration from this. We're also moving towards prosperity because this place was meant to be a synthesis. We spoke of, Sarrajuji spoke of the galactic sizes, the infinite and the infinitesimal. So this is about synthesizing all these aspects. And there, one of the things that is often misunderstood in spiritual societies is that abundance is believed to be prosperity, abundance, beauty, aesthetics, sometimes are not understood to be valid words. It is perhaps believed that all this is a part of Maya, something that should be given away as one moves to the journey within. But I think this is another thing very boldly Sri Aurobindo broke down and said that it's actually an integral synthesis of the divine, whether it's in the world outside, as we realize abundance, beauty, harmony, as also the inner journey. And there, we are now embarking on something which will be very, very beautiful as envisioned by the mother for Auroville, called prosperity. In that direction, we've had some amazing background work which is happening. We had meeting with all the 700 odd units, trusts, activities of Auroville. And we've also had discussions with some of the economically viable good units in Auroville, ranging from Maroma to Tantos, which is, all of you may be familiar with some of these entities, and many others, to really see how all this can be integrated. And this also answers, there's a little reading of the mother, where somebody asks, what is the fundamental difference between the ashram's ideal and Auroville's? She says, I quote, there's no fundamental difference in the attitude with regard to the future and the service of the divine, but people in the ashram are regarded as having dedicated their lives to the yoga, except naturally for the students who are here only for their studies and who have not been asked to choose in life, while in Auroville, the goodwill to carry out a collective experience for the progress of mankind is alone sufficient to get admitted. So the emphasis again on moving from the individual to the collective. I repeat, while in Auroville, the goodwill to carry out a collective experience for the progress of mankind is alone sufficient to get admitted. And we're in the process of also reaching out to various entities connected with prosperity. IIT Madras, one of the top institutes of eminence that India has, we are in the process of setting up a full campus close to Auroville called the Auroville IIT Sustainability Campus. Just last evening, we were having a meeting with the director of IIT, and earlier on, we'd all gone there. So all these, which will also be a startup research park here, where young people from Auroville will all be able to participate, partake of that prosperity, and yet be grounded on the values that Auroville stands for. This will also be a global startup hub where we can have people from all the 200 countries of the world come here, participate, create various things that are of use to humanity, and yet work on this path. The mother said, for conditions for living in Auroville, from the psychological point of view, the required conditions are to be convinced of the essential unity of mankind and to have the will to collaborate for the material realization of that unity. 2, to have the will to collaborate in all that furthers future realizations. The material conditions will be worked out as the realizations proceeds. So having said this, as we all said, I end with a few lines of the mother in her conversations with the disciple on September 17th, 1969. The dream divine. Quote, "The earth needs a place where people can live sheltered from all national rivalries, all social conventions, all contradictory moralities and antagonistic religions, a place where, freed from all those slaveries of the past, human beings will be able to wholly dedicate themselves to the discovery and practice of the divine consciousness that wants to manifest." A quote within that, the next, "Auroville wants to be that place and offers itself to all those who aspire to live tomorrow's truth." On that note, I again extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. We have 3 strands in the course of these 3 days. One will be related to educational activities, where we've invited all the facilitators, teachers also to join. The other strand will relate to furtherance or economic activities or prosperity, which is a better label now, and we've try to reach out to all the units, trusts, activities also to come and participate. And the third strand will relate to all the community coordinators who are a part of Auroville Connect, to see how from individual sadhana, individual efforts to the collective, how is it that we can bridge this? Because we have been in silos for too long. Now has come the time to collaborate and derive a lot more strength and progress from this feeling of collective sadhana being together. Thank you. Namaste. Vanakkam.
Thank you for sharing the context of Auroville and what's the reason that we are here for what we are here, and how Auroville as a city can be the model, and how all of us are committed to working to that. And yes, it's a progress, it's a work in progress. Changing tracks, as we said, it's a small, intimate group right now. I'm going to invite each one of you to just take a quick refreshment break at the back of the dining room while we reconfigure this room, and we will assemble sharp at 10:45. There'll be a little tinkle that will be played, which is just to remind you that consciously we bring our body into this space with the presence for the session 1, which will be led by Shraddhalu. He's already out here. So we just do a quick break. We change the schedule a little bit, keeping in mind how we are here doing. So we're setting this place for a more intimate conversation and a dialogue. Thank you so much. And thank you for each one of you to bringing in a beautiful, rich perspective, holding that in the space out here. And as today's topic is about individual to collective, it's an honor and pleasure to grace the 3 people that are sitting out there, who are nothing but our own extensions, but just a voice. Shraddhalu, a scholar, speaker, an author, been associated with Pondicherry Ashram for many, many years. Shurjo has come from Ananda, leads a community there. And then Dana, as a chairperson for Auroville Foundation and running an initiative which is global for empowering women for peace initiatives. This discussion will be led by Shraddhalu in a conversation. We'll go for about 40 minutes. Thereafter, we will be breaking into 3 small groups. And in that small group, we will have one rapporteur or a facilitator or an anchor. And we will have about 1 hour, 45 minutes to an hour, maybe lesser, where we will go deeper into the listening of that's been shared here. And to truly listen from the different perspectives, now we are a part of a small group, and to see what is implementable for me, implementable on the ground reality that we are going to be part of once this conclave or this summit is over. And then we come back, the repertoire with each group will harvest from that 45 minutes of discussion as to what truly came up. And then we share with the larger group what's been the learning and the insight and what would be some of the action items that we would be taking in. And that's been the design of this group, that we really want to take one concrete step into creating what we would love to see back home or in Auroville. So keep that perspective as well when you listen to them. Thank you so much. Over to you, Shraddhalu.
Let's take a moment to invoke the presence of Sri Aurobindo and the Mother, and become conscious of the reason why we came to Auroville and our deeper spiritual purpose in this life. Our theme for the discussion is the transition from individual sadhana to collective sadhana. And we are 3 of us with very different backgrounds. And I want to put the context of our backgrounds first so that we understand things differently. Shurjo Jha, as you can see, the radiance on his face corresponds to his name. Shurjo is sun. He radiates luminosity. He comes from Ananda Sangha, which is an international spiritual community of many communities, which was founded on the basis of teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda by his direct disciple Swami Kriyananda. Paramahansa Yogananda is primarily known through the institution of the SRF, Self-Realization Fellowship, and the title declares the objectives of his teaching. But what is not known commonly is that he wanted the movement to grow to form communities and collectives spiritually. And this somehow did not happen until Swami Kriyananda took this up as a fulfillment of Paramahansa Yogananda's vision and founded the Ananda Sangha, of which Shurjo is a significant part and a leader. Okay. Shurjo's own journey you have seen probably from the bio which has been distributed. But what is important for us to understand is he began from a background of a complete atheism, woke from an inner call to the spiritual need, discovered the teachings of Paramahansa Yogananda, but then went into this dimension which was the collective realization in spiritual community. And this is what he was called to do. In terms of his own spiritual evolution, other than the practice itself, he's been given responsibilities for developing the communities and even sprouting new communities and branches. So he comes from a very rich experience of starting from scratch, as well as working within existing communities which have been around long enough with all their problems, having been very close to their founder from the beginning of his spiritual journey. He has also seen from inside out the kinds of problems that the founder has had to face, which is a unique perspective that very few of us would have being within the community, because we just see the founder as fixing all problems. But how does the founder face and deal with them? He has that insight. And finally, Swami Kriyananda left his body in 2013. And so for the last 11 years, the community has been necessarily, as happens everywhere, and we all know that, in a transition, inevitably, because when the founder leaves, there is always this vacuum which is felt both spiritually as well as administratively. And he has the experience also of that. So what you bring here in our discussion is really valuable and very precious. And Dina comes also from a background where she awoke to the memory of Paramahansa Yogananda as her guru from a prior incarnation, and rediscovered him in this life from that memory. But what is interesting for her is she never fully bound herself within the framework of the institution. And she has therefore the experience within as well as outside. But the nature of her work subsequently brought her in touch with so many different spiritual communities across the world. And this is something I want to point out, because she has friends, and she was part for a while of the Neem Karoli Baba community in the United States. And subsequently, she has very close friends and close associations and interactions, sometimes being on panels and boards of various spiritual communities across the world, including the Buddhist, various communities, again, across the world, including the Sufi traditions as well as the mystical Christian traditions. She has been also deeply associated with Crestone, which is a spiritual community inspired from Auroville, and of course has been in close touch with Auroville and the Sri Aurobindo Ashram now going back nearly 2 decades. And her work in interfaith particularly exposed her to across community issues, within community as well as interactions between communities. And the kind of work she has done, which is to bring a radical shift in the space of what is called interfaith. At least 2 or 3 different dimensions that she personally introduced, which did not exist in interfaith going back decades. And she brought this aspect of the sacred feminine, for example, as well as a new framework of interfaith communication and dialogues, which did not exist before. And for all these breakthroughs, which came because of her spiritual practice and not just, as you see in interfaith, they talk about the theory and the textbooks that they believe in rather than the actual practice. Because of that dimension that she brought in, she was awarded the Nivano Peace Prize, which is not so well known outside the interfaith space, but it is considered to be the equivalent of the Nobel Peace Prize in interfaith. And she was the recipient of that as a recognition of the remarkable work that you've done. So I would even say, I would go so far as to say, without exaggeration, that the kind of experience she has across communities is unparalleled. I do not know of anybody who has that kind of rich. And even now you're connected on the board of many and so on. So we have a very rich panel. I come from something very simple. I've lived at the Sri Aurobindo Ashram all my life. So from a little boy, lived, worked within the community, grown up, seen things, seen changes, better and worse both, as well as conflicts and difficulties. But it's a relatively narrow space, but within that quite deep. So this is the base for all of us. And I'm putting this in context of Auroville. Nobody here representing Auroville on the panel for a reason. Because when you look at your own problems, it's easy to get swayed by passions and personal likes and dislikes of issues and people. But when you look at something outside, look at other communities and look at how they have dealt with the kinds of problems they've had, or hear that they had the same problems, it's easier to internalize and then apply it to your own context with modifications as needed. So there's an intent in this, in the structure of this panel. So after our sharing and discussion, during which you may also feel free to ask questions, there will be a period of sharing where you will break out into groups to internalize some of these and see how they can be applied within the context or their relevance. This is the broad idea of the framework that we're going to have. But first, I want to start the discussion with this question. Since we're speaking of a transition from individual sadhana to collective sadhana, what exactly does that mean? What is collective sadhana? Does it really mean, does it simply mean that we're going to sit together and meditate every day and then we go back to our caves and live an individual sadhana life? Or is there something which we have to do where there is an interaction amongst ourselves? Even in the most ascetic traditions and spaces where you live in your cave, you still have to come out to take your food. And even if you take your food back into your cave, you need to interact with the person who prepared the food and gives you the food. So there is no way you can avoid some kind of collective interchange. And that being the goal for an ascetic tradition, it's fine. But if the goal is to actually realize in life the spiritual values and the experience of the change of consciousness that you've grown into, then interaction in the community life becomes essential. What is the scope of that? What are the problems with that? So this is the question I want to ask. What exactly does it mean to have a collective sadhana?
Thank you for that very generous introduction. He makes me sound more than I am. In the Bible, Christ says, "Where two or more are gathered in my name, there am I in the midst of them." That is what sadhana is all about. We're gathered for a very particular purpose. You could be gathered to eat. There in the midst of you will be food. But if you're gathered for a higher consciousness, the question begs, in how many different ways can we be gathered? And in our gathering, are we trying to draw the presence of the great masters of a divine consciousness? Or are we just gathering to get things done? And that's the hard part in community living, is it's so easy to forget why we're gathering in the first place, because the problems of the moment just seem the most important. Oh, so I don't need to think about my consciousness, because what I really need to think about is, how am I going to handle money in this particular situation? And so therefore it needs to start with meditation. Because at least there we can assume, even not necessarily always, at least the assumption is we're gathering for divine consciousness in the most focused way possible. Then you go on to service. If you're not serving together, if you're not energetically exchanging energy, again, towards that common goal, it doesn't work out. So of course, in our communities, sadhana and seva are the most primary you can say bottom line of we do this together in addition to doing it individually, because individually we're trying to always attune ourselves. And this is an important word that we use often. It's called attunement. And, similar to the word alignment to a certain degree, but more subtle, more refined in certain ways. What are we tuning into? And so, of course, our attunement first and foremost with God, Guru, the divine, whatever form it is that you are attuning to, but then attuning with the collective. Because if you've drawn some inspiration and I've drawn an inspiration, if we just meet on, well, I think my way is right, and you say, well, in my meditation, you see, I saw this. But what if we meditate together? And then we don't have to convince each other. We're just starting to, our consciousness is expanding. It's merging with one another. It's beginning to naturally find a state of balance where, as it turns out, both of us are right. And as it turns out, there is a solution where both of us actually get to express what is real to us, but without having to impose it, and without having to convince people of my intuition, which is a very dangerous word to use, the my intuition. Our founder always said, Swami Kriyananda, never claim to have access to information that you cannot practically help others achieve as well. You can't just come down and say, I felt this, therefore. No. Well, are you able to help others arrive at that same understanding? Only then is there power in what you received. Otherwise, it's very, very personal and individual. So, where two or more are gathered in my name, there am I. So if that's our intention, then that's where he will be.
A Tibetan teacher said recently that when you get up for meditation or you're going about your day, something comes up and you have a reaction. You know you have more work to do. Meditation is just the first part of sadhana. The rest of the day, how you react to external events, is as important. A friend of mine said recently that she cannot be in the presence anymore of people who have negative attitudes, negative thinking, because you can do your meditation and you can then get up and be negative. And so what has progressed? That's the advantage of a community. It brings it all out. You get to look at yourself. What's arising? You have reaction. This person's wrong. I'm angry. I don't like that policy. I mean, it's all stuff is thrown at you and you react. There's nothing out there. It's all inside. And in a community, if you're doing the work, you can really resolve those reactions if you're doing the work. And so I've seen this again and again, is the most important part is what happens outside of meditation, what your reactions are to external events. As long as you're reacting to external events, you've got more work to do. And a community is a perfect place to practice that, because who doesn't get rattled through the day by somebody or something? And that's the whole point of mindfulness, of being mindful of what your inner self, how your inner self is responding. And when you can go through the day and things can be thrown at you, and there are policies that you don't like, behaviors that you don't like, and yet you can have a loving attitude through it all, then you know that you're progressing. And as you progress, the community progresses. Because, right, it's a quantum field. We all contribute to the quantum field. I mean, what's going on in the world, we're all contributing to that. What's going on in a community, we're all contributing to that. So if people in the community are angry and fearful, that's creating a certain energy in the field. But the more you can resolve those reactions within yourself, not to be fearful and not to be angry, the more you're lifting the whole vibrational level of the community. And that is the purpose, in my mind, of collective sadhana, is together to do your inner work so that you raise the vibrational level of the collective. And then then it all falls into place. It all moves harmoniously forward. And so the most important thing is do your inner work. It's not just sitting in meditation, it's looking at yourself. What are you reacting to? What's making fear arise? What's making anger arise? What's making any of those unwanted emotions arise? And then how do you resolve them? And then another opportunity comes and you don't respond. You've just provided benefit to the community. The more you're responding, the more you're denying the community of that benefit. And the more you're not responding or responding in a positive way, the more you're providing benefit to the community.
Sri Aurobindo was asked this question about difficulties because the community is small, you are facing each other constantly, there's friction, and it gets amplified. So Sri Aurobindo makes this interesting observation that because we are constantly in this friction, daily perhaps because of the nature of the work, it amplifies the difficulty and makes you recognize it. And from that perspective, it can be a great help in the sadhana. So this is the very interesting point that Reena made, that community brings it all out, gives you an objective reference of your own individual sadhana, and to the extent that you are then able to make the necessary changes within yourself, you also see it reflected in the community's growth. So we see here a very interesting paradigm of interdependence between the individual evolution and the community evolution. And the framework in which Shurjo put it, sadhana and seva. So sadhana is what you do initially at an individual level, but seva is the service where you reach out to others. But seva has to be understood more profoundly in a spiritual context. You're not just there to help others. You're serving the divine in others. You're serving the manifestation of the divine in the collective consciousness, in the collective forms which are being expressed. And with these two key words and the importance of the individual and the collective interdependence, we have a very profound practical insight.
May I just add one small thing? When I first came to Ananda, very inspired to follow the teachings of Yogananda's path, but I couldn't meditate. I was just finished college. I lived a very kind of indulgent lifestyle during college. So I didn't have the ability to sit still, to sit with my thoughts, to practice. And what supported my ability to sit was by going to group sadhanas. Because the magnetism of the room lifted my sadhana practice up greatly. And so from not being able to sit for 5 minutes, but attending group sadhanas every day, morning and evening, now you can get to 2 hours of meditation without it even, bothering you at all. And so if we're building a space where we know eventually a spiritual life, the individual spiritual life is important, how is the individual progressing even on their own? Because sometimes our own magnetism alone cannot bring forth or draw from us the will, the discipline, the ability, the awareness. And then when you're in a group, that magnetism is very different. And suddenly I can sit still and suddenly I can hold my mind. And those who've been meditating longer, they get to serve by being in that group sadhana. And those of us who've been meditating less, we get to reach forward and see the potential that lies for us. So it's really a very powerful tool.
That's so important. The mother made this comment, it was at that time in the context of the ashram, but generally in any spiritual community. She said, in the community, our consciousness is connected in such a way that those who are lagging in consciousness get the lift from the collective. And although it makes it slightly difficult for those who are ahead, let's say in a certain that they get pulled down by the weight, the overall increase is more than what would have happened if we had done it individually. And this is the support which Shurjo was speaking about. If we were to put some of these ideas in the context of Auroville, and I'm looking at it from a very simplistic and superficial perspective, two things stand out. One is the observation that the mother made when she said, build the Matri Mandir. The sooner it is completed, the better for Auroville. And the reason being because it is physically the symbolism, the representation of the soul of Auroville. And when the spiritual center is sufficiently materially expressed, it has enormous impact on the collective consciousness. And the second point which she had made about each Aurovillian needing to work in the community, and even a minimum time that she gave as a guideline and so on. But if you recall, the work is not just a job you're doing. It's not just a business for which you're going to get paid. Because remember, your first requirement to become an Aurovillian is to be a willing servitor of the divine. Seva, servitor of the divine. And then every work you do is supposed to be in that spirit, even if you do it as part of a framework of a job. And I think if that idea, just as an idea, can be brought into the initiation of the work, not even throughout the work, that would be enough to make a significant shift in the collective consciousness. Maybe you can share something of how you put it into practice.
Of course, the simplest way is always to start any undertaking. Starting from I'm going to start cooking the food, starting from I'm about to, sit on my computer. You sit with yourself, you meditate, you pray. And so we always pray and meditate before any endeavor. We always pray and meditate at the end of every endeavor. So at least the beginning and the end. Whether I forgot you, Lord, in the middle, I don't know yet, but I tried. Believe me, I tried to hold you. And again, we do that in groups, you do that individually, but it's hardwired into how we wouldn't initiate anything. No activity can be initiated until you have ensured that somebody was talking about becoming a receptacle, until you've ensured that you have offered yourself as a receptacle to be used by the divine as an instrument. And then, in fact, everything does become seva, even if you're not fully aware of it at the moment.
I wanted to just add another quality that I think you get a real good opportunity to work on, although you have to work on it no matter what, and that's surrender. That when you're in a relationship with a master, with a guru, it's a given that you are in a relationship where you're surrendering, because you know that whatever the guru does is in your best interest. Even if it seems to be against your best interest, it's in your best interest. And you get many opportunities to question that and to work on a deeper level of surrender. I think it's the same thing with the community, because the guru guides the community. And there are always going to be things that you don't like. And part of that inner reflection is going deeper into that. I mean, I don't think you can progress on the path without deepening that quality of surrender. Because what is surrender? It's love. That's what it is. You don't surrender without love. And when there's love, you surrender. And so I think that whole process deepens the love. And the love for the guru becomes a love for the community. There's no distinction. So it's a matter of taking that love that you have for the guru and seeing the guru in everyone. And then that surrender and that love becomes not just to one personality, but becomes to life itself.
We are all familiar of how important surrender is in the very framework of the integral yoga. But this word also evokes for me certain difficulties. It's problematic in certain ways in the community life. Because what I saw over the years is that a lot of good people who were sadhakas and who had the spirit of surrender would accept to surrender their own better sense to the pressure of the collective or to some authority within the community. And they accepted that as an aspect of surrender, which to me feels very wrong. And unfortunately, as a result, all the good people and the sadhakas were trampled upon, and those who were not so much in the sadhana but were pushy tended to usurp or hijack the collective process. Just a moment. I want both of you to respond to this. But so we need to be very clear about what it is we're surrendering to whom. Obviously, it's surrender to the divine. And if we're not clear about that, it's easy to slip to a representation which for you is divine, or even because we are told sometimes you serve the divine in people. So now I surrender to the person, but not to the divine in the person. And that slight slip can take you significantly off track and end up with a very oppressive regime. And I'm going to connect this in a way which perhaps is a bit radical. When the ashram framework is seen in this context, you see all the template of what would be called a communist society. You own nothing, everything is given to you, everything is provided for. It's not quite in Auroville, but that's the Sri Aurobindo ashram framework. And someone comments to Sri Aurobindo, but this is communism. Sri Aurobindo says, yes, it is communism plus God. Except you've replaced the Politburo by God, and now it is from God that you receive, and there is a direct individual relation with the divine. In that case, as long as Sri Aurobindo and the Mother were in the body, it was directly with the Guru, no problem. But when they pass, when they have left the physical body, what is it that now you refer to as the center? And if there is an individual, and he can be a haughty, narrow, petty, limited, ambitious, and disruptive individual, who takes the place of giving you that soap that the mother used to give? Do you become now beholden to this person? Or are you still beholden to the mother? And can you really practically maintain that separation? These are problematic questions. I don't have a simple answer. Your take, both of you.
Say that it is a very, I mean, it takes a lot. Look, it took Arjuna till the end of the Gita to finally, so you have to have discernment. And that's another key thing, quality is discernment. You're not surrendering to another's ego. Most often, the kind of situation you're talking about, it's the ego who are trying to get you to give into it. And that becomes a power trip. It's surrendering to the higher voice, to the higher self. And you need discernment for that, because most often it becomes a power trip of somebody is wide open spiritually, and yes, full of love and full of this desire, and then power trip comes down and another ego comes in, and you have to be able to step back and say, this is not true surrender, because you're only surrendering to the higher spiritual energy.
In Ananda, our framework, of course, is different. When Swami Kriyananda, who was never our guru, we always consider Paramahansa Yogananda our guru, but Swamiji was our guide. He put our guru's teachings into context for us, especially where the community living reality was. So before Swamiji passed, of course, he appointed a spiritual director as well. And so all our communities are autonomous across the world. Narayani and I, my wife and I, we guide and lead our work in Mumbai. And we're given complete freedom and leeway as to how we feel to guide that work, in cooperation with the spiritual directors of Ananda India, and then in cooperation with the worldwide spiritual directors. The basis of our cooperation is friendship. There is no hierarchy. The heads of Ananda worldwide cannot tell me what to do, but they would ask me if I feel inspired to do this. And so we both meet our inspirations halfway. So it's a very friendship-based, it's not authoritarian in the sense Swami Kriyananda himself never would ask, as I'm sure no guru would just come in and just kind of say, I'm going to give, they'd always offer, because the point of growth is to see whether the individual will rise to the offer. The point of growth is not the guru just telling us what to do, because then it's like, where's my consciousness transforming in the process? The guru places before us the possibility. The disciple rises to meet the possibility if he so chooses. So we've tried to maintain a similar flow where there's always, here's an inspiration, what do you think? And here is me tuning in and seeing whether I find that inspiration. However, we do have a single point of reference. The spiritual directors of our work, in any work, are not there to guide individuals, unless the individual chooses to want to be guided and asks for it, but to guide the energetic vibrational flow. So all our job, to a certain degree, if we put it into the context for the last 5 years that we've doing in Mumbai, is just to feel the flow of energy and consciousness and then see what's trying to manifest from it. And only constantly adjusting the direction and flow of it, not so much the physical manifestations of it. So it's a very cooperation, as in ancient Christian tradition, it was poverty, obedience, and chastity. Yogananda said, for us it is going to be simplicity, moderation, and cooperative obedience. And that quality of cooperative obedience, because I know your question, and it's actually a very real question, and it's a problematic question, and we all also face it in all our communities, just because that is the whole point. Who am I attuning to? But you realize, if you're truly, truly attuning to God, even as you may temporarily have to compromise with the external, If your intention is truly to attune to God, all of that has a beautiful way to work itself out. The very person who is this hard-headed ego maniac of whatever he is, even if it looks like, boy, that guy's winning. Boy, that guy has more power than me. Oh, he's taking everything into a different direction. But if you know where you're coming from, even as you're watching that, allowing that, because there has to be that sense of detachment, even from what's going on. We can't even get attached to the vision of Auroville, because that too is just, you're just leaving one thing behind to just get attached to another. It has a way of working itself out. But what happens in the process is people get worked up. They get upset, they get angry, little groups are formed. We start discussing things. We say, you know how that guy's doing? And then there's and the magnetism of the whole fractures. Right. And when the magnetism of the whole fractures, that's the end.
How do you deal with that?
Well, fortunately, to a certain degree, our communities are not as large as such a, our guru said, when was asked about an ideal strength of a community, he said 50. Because he says everybody needs to know everybody intimately. The moment you don't know somebody intimately, it starts to, it gets harder because you're no longer relating to them. Of course, that's not entirely true of how our largest community in California has 250 people spread out over 1,000 acres. In Assisi in Italy, we are 150 people over 400-500 acres. So we're also larger than. But it's for us, of course, daily morning and evening sadhanas is our glue. If we're not all coming for morning and you see people who don't come for the sadhanas, and you say, hey, how are you doing? What's going on? Because I cannot guarantee that this person's actually meditating at home. I don't know if he is or not. And so you're just saying, what's happening? Do you want to, should we? So all of us are responsible for the magnetism, not the head. Every one of us is responsible. And because we're all friends, that's the foundation, we can draw each other in and say, hey, is there anything going on? Okay, what if I wake you up every morning? What if we go together for morning sadhana? So you create a joyful environment where everybody is being asked to put out more energy, more joy, more awareness. Otherwise, why are you here?
Do you want to add anything? Okay, so this is very important. What you've provided is an answer. And it all comes back to the sadhana, which becomes the basis even for the resolution of these problems. And the problems will happen because they're human. But then it begs the question, which is my next point. You need a minimum, let's say, capacity to be internally honest, transparent, or at least aligned to this process. If you're not, then you question, why are you here? So I'm going to articulate the question in this way. Do we need a criteria for people to come in? Do you have a process by which, or mechanism or framework or some reference for selecting a person and say, yeah, you're suited or you're not suited, or someone having come in, you say, why are you here? Do you prefer to go out? And the guy says, no, I like it here because it's convenient and comfortable, but I won't do what you are doing. And then do you evict the person? Sorry, these are hard questions, but eventually in a collective space, if we are dependent on the minimum of spiritual effort to align, then this becomes inevitable as a problem.
I think Auroville is a unique case because it is on the way to becoming a city, which is different from a small community. So you have to multiply that, and the challenges are greater. But I think defining a little bit more what it means to be a servitor of the divine and the work that you are committed to doing on yourself, I think is important. Because people can interpret that different ways. Of course I'm serving the divine. I'm planting trees. It's more than that, and more than that is needed to hold the energy together. So I think collectively coming to understand what that means and the inner work that needs to be done. There's been so much focus here on beautifying the outer. And it is beautiful, and so much has been accomplished. But what about fortifying the inner? Without that, how is the mission going to be accomplished in terms of helping the evolution of the human species? What does that mean, fortifying the inner? What does that mean, doing the inner work? All that needs to be discussed. And I'd love to see a forum here on what does that mean to do the inner work. I mean, again, we know that the outer is a reflection of the inner. So the polarization, the divisions, what is that saying about what's going on internally? Each person needs to look at themselves. And I've raised that at some of the meetings I've been at is, where's that anger coming from? Don't say it's because so-and-so did this or that. Look inside. Where's that anger coming from? Because someone on the path should be able to walk through. My guru used to say, "Stand unshaken amid the crash of breaking worlds." You should be able to walk unshaken through anything, and still be in a space of joy. So, holding on to the joy, even if you disagree with everything being done out there, you should still be in a state of joy.
That's already asking for a minimum criteria to be part of the community then, isn't it? That you should be able to do that, or at least try to do.
Well, that's good. Again, that's... Again, if I come back to our example, it's a little easier for us on certain levels, doesn't in any way change human behavior or group dynamisms. But for us, of course, everyone who lives in our community is a disciple of Paramahansa Yogananda. So at least on the philosophical level, we're all aligned. We understand the teachings from that level. And in terms of sadhana, we expect everyone who lives at the community to be a Kriyaban, one who is initiated into Kriya Yoga. You're not initiated into Kriya Yoga until you have at least an hour and a half long daily sadhana. So that's two things that allow to at least know this person has a deep, regular, steady, meditative practice. Now, here it could be any practice, of course, and that they're aligned philosophically, at least, to the ideals, to the aims and ideals. So that's one thing. Then, of course, and Manoj was explaining to us very beautifully, you two there's a process in Auroville, of a 1 year trial period. We too have a 1 year trial period in our communities, and you get to experience and see the romantic idea of community living doesn't exist. This maza aega and kaise baithenge and we'll all hug each other and sing kumbaya, that doesn't exist. Community living is serious work. If you're not here to do serious work, you really do not belong in a community living reality. Because as these great masters are saying, we're changing human evolutionary consciousness. This isn't a small, let's just enjoy ourselves, this is great, what a wonderful place to live. If that thought even creeps in, already we're on a steady decline. Our Swami Kriyananda would often say, if everything we've created burns down to the ground, all that I ask of you is that you are in love with God. And we don't care. We're engaged in creating something beautiful, but we're not creating it for what's being created. We're creating our consciousness. Everything else will only manifest from there. So it's very important. We've never had to evict anybody, but what naturally happens is, because every place has a magnetism, those people who little by little get drawn in, they get drawn into the center of it, and those whose energies aren't quite in alignment, they get spun out. But of their own accord, of their own choice.
They leave on their own then?
They leave on their own. I mean, how many have come and how many have gone? I'm sure even here, how many have come in any reality? How many people come onto the spiritual path and stay on that path for the end of their lives? Very few. So I'm very curious about the 50,000 people in Auroville. Like, who are these 50,000 people? Because, boy, have we seen so many come and go. So many who were so enthusiastic, and you said, this guy has all the right ingredients. 2 years later, bye-bye. because nobody has all the right ingredients until they've been put to the fire. Then you know if they have the right ingredients. So we're not worried about, are you the right person for the community? Because if the community's magnetism is strong, you will either get drawn in or you will get spun out. And so therefore, we work with, we've got every leader in our community takes on proteges, guides them, leads them. There's a whole process where everybody's working with somebody to keep helping see if this person might have the consciousness that is, and it turns out after 2 years, no, it's not working out, and so you're always working with individuals and seeing where they might want to go. So it's an active process.
Yeah, that's very interesting. What I understand from what you've just described is a strong spiritual core. So that those who come in who are, let's say, in some sense, peripheral in their interest, commitment, or experimenting to see if this works for them, are supported by already a strong spiritual core. And without that spiritual core, it would be very difficult to have any meaningful stability.
And an aligned spiritual core. An aligned spiritual core. People might come and say, I've been meditating for 20 years with some other tradition, which is wonderful. Well, we say, yeah, but sooner or later, there's going to be differences. Yes, the goal is one. Yes, God is one. But the way each master expressed that unity is unique, which is because they have a magnetism that we resonate with. That's why we get drawn into spiritual families. And it's important, at least we found it very important, to understand that you belong to my spiritual family. You could live, you can come, you can be a guest, you can stay for long periods, but you cannot be a resident, because sooner or later, you're going to have a slightly different idea, and it's just going to be hard. So why create opportunities? Already even husband and wife disagree. Already those who love each other and are committed to something disagree. So why would I also invite, more disagreement or more possibility for vibrational dissonance? Because at the end of the day, that's really the primary issue.
That's an important point, in that I see Shivendra the Mother as central to all the energy is here, but I know not everybody feels that way, and I think that this has to be resolved. That everyone is magnetized by the energies of Shivendra the Mother, because as you've seen, otherwise things emerge.
Yes. So one distinction which I will perhaps point to, which is very strong in the context of Auroville, is that Auroville by definition is a universal township. That means the framework has to be wide enough that it should be able to include the full spectrum of human types, forms of aspiration, but always the common feature would be a commitment to the divine, service to the truth, etc. But because the form is now so wide, it's very difficult to take advantage of the benefit that you have of saying, okay, do you practice this 1.5 hours, you are in or not? Here, the criteria becomes much more perhaps subjective.
I read somewhere very recently that the mother said, whether in 100 years or in 1,000 years, Auroville will be established because it is decreed. And somehow those timelines felt more real to me. Not because we can't go ahead and create what we're looking to create, but the first question is, what's the seed energy?
Yes.
From the seed energy, and this is where the yugas come in, as natural human consciousness evolves. We're in a period, if those of you who are familiar with Sri Yukteswar's concept of the yugas, we're in a ascending Dwapar age. Kali Yuga ended in the 1700s. From the 1700 onwards, the Industrial Revolution started. Science really took a leading kind of force in the world. And then 1900, Dwapar Yuga proper begins. And this is a 2400-year cycle of ascending consciousness. We see it everywhere, so we don't, even if you give it no term, it's obvious that we're all ascending. Children nowadays, boy, they're so smart. They're so aware, they're so awake. But if you look at 2400 years of Dwapar Yuga, if I make that every 100 years is an hour, we're only at 3 o'clock. It's still dark outside. Even the sun's not come up yet. So we're just experiencing, we're just breaking away from Kali Yuga forms, and we're starting to express energy for the first time, really in a very conscious way. But it's very early. And so what we're doing and what Auroville represents is the seed. The question is if the seed's not strong when we plant it, then the tree, which takes time to grow, the tree is going to be, what it's going to be. So that becomes the question. You want to start, it's still just the starting years. It's still only 50 years. Ananda started 1969, our first community, 1968 here. So it really feels like we're brothers and sisters here, just kind of expressing two similar ideals in slightly different ways. But Swami Kriyananda knew for a fact Ananda will not look the same a few hundred years from now. But what we'll create now will determine its growth pattern. And he said, eventually Ananda will say, okay, I just want to be an organic farming community. And then everyone who's interested in organic farming, they come together and hold as an ideal. But they've understood without a spiritual base, nothing is possible. So you build in stages is essentially what I'm saying.
So just putting this in the context of Auroville, where there is this universality of, even in the ideal stated objectives, a framework which can contain that universality and yet be a foundation for a spiritual practice would be the integral yoga of Sri Aurobindo. And therefore, obviously, the teaching of Sri Aurobindo and the mother would be central to this space, without which you would not have that framework at all. So how would one assess, if one had to take somebody in, that they are aligned to the goals and the methods of, or the approach of the integral yoga, or if somebody does not follow that, then whether they would be, what are you doing here, would be the question to be asked. But then it means that the awareness of the integral yoga, the practice of it, must be made central, must be articulated, must somehow be a part of everybody's life, even if it is not necessarily in a more rigid and structured form as you see in more specialized paths. But it should be consciously a part of the life of the community. So this then comes to, brings to the next question. Dina, she's restless about the time. Can you authorize the extension of time?
A brief extension.
And how brief is brief?
20 minutes.
Huh?
The whole question really is this useful? Or do you want to just talk? Okay, so let it be. The next question now, which comes naturally from this, is, and as you pointed out, a community of 50 makes it possible to have a collective interaction where you know each other. You can't do this if you're 1,000. You don't know each other. You cannot really get a spiritual nourishment. But a community of 10 would be too narrow, too specialized. I am too different from those 10. I need someone who's more like me. So maybe the 50 is fluid, but the point is it can't be too small, it can't be too big either, and yet Auroville is 50,000. But interestingly, we find something interesting the mother puts. Auroville itself as a township has many sub-communities within it. And those sub-communities then become, so to say, focal points of your 50 or whatever the number would be. And then within those, perhaps there are subgroups, if that becomes a natural affinity of alignment of interests, of lines of practice, sadhana, values, etc. So what I'm trying to show is, although the number is large, finally we come to something similar. And I want to ask you this. Is effectively the Ananda Sangha, with how many you have communities?
9.
You have 9 communities. Is it effectively like multiple distinctive characteristics within each community? Do you find that happening in some way?
Certain communities lean more in certain directions, but they're usually mostly balanced completely. All our communities have a school, have farms, have some sort of a medical healing reality. So people who are drawn, I am more connected to the healing energy. They get drawn into the healing vibration. They want to build the integral healing centers and so on and so forth. Those who are drawn to Mother Earth, they want to naturally say, I want to grow, I want to find the best practices. But everybody practices Kriya Yoga. Everybody's established in it. There is nothing more universal than going inside your own individual self. So what does universal mean is a big question for me, because does it mean I can do whatever I want? Is that what universality means?
Obviously not.
So that's the big question. When they say this is universal, this doesn't follow any rigid reality. But what is a rigid reality?
I hear a lot here, and we hear it in the West all the time. Freedom. I think there's such a misinterpretation of freedom. Ego freedom leads to suffering. It's soul freedom. I wish instead of just saying freedom, we would just say soul freedom, because there's a big difference between ego freedom and soul freedom.
Yes. So that comes to this question of numbers, because we find with numbers, small, intimate, concentrated, may be helpful for sadhana of certain kinds, but they amplify problems, especially in the personal interactions. Once we come out of the sadhana space to the daily living space and the activity space, the moment you enlarge the community, you dilute the problems, but then you also dilute the focus of the sadhana perhaps. And so this becomes a question of finding the right balance for each group and subgroup.
Within our communities, we encourage a lot of what we call cross-pollination. People need to be moving all the time. Anytime you start to get fixed and rigid in any place, that's already a red flag. Unless you see the person really spiritually growing. You're seeing them grow in joy, but usually when you hold somebody for too long in one place, what they do is they look for ease, comfort. How can I make everything work for me? How can I get rid of anything that does not support me? And, as we were talking about difficult people in a community, is a very humorous story from Saint Therese of Lisieux. She was a French nun. And so she, was this just beautiful divine being. She only lived to the age of 26. And so the other nuns came up to her one day and they said, this Sister Mary, she's just such a pain. Nobody likes her, why is she even here? And then Saint Therese says, if we didn't have Sister Mary here, we'd have to go out and find somebody like Sister Mary to have in our community, because that's the only way we grow. We do not grow in comfort. We do not grow when everything works out well for us. We grow in adversity. We grow in challenge. Our communities are not communities made for perfection of the external. They are made to reflect as best we can our consciousness, recognizing that challenge is the only way to grow. So we keep plucking people away. All right, now you go to Italy, you stay there for a little. Now you go to the US, and now you go to India. And so there's always a lot of movement, and you don't unless you see that person really benefiting from being there, and they're expanding, they're growing.
So who decides that?
The individual along with the spiritual director.
That's the key, the spiritual director.
Yes.
Dina said that's the key, along with the spiritual director. So yes, then obviously this question relates to this self-evaluation, but also some kind of an objective evaluation from within the community, if one could find someone that we trust. But it's also an indication that perhaps it is useful for people to shift spaces every now and then, and to allow for this kind of flexibility and adaptation. But then
You test your attachments.
Yes.
When you're forced to move around to change. You really test your attachments when you are asked to move around. Again, just very, very helpful for spiritual aspirants. In ancient India, sadhus didn't stay longer than 3 days in a place, primarily with the same intention. And so, as we're recreating this new way of awareness, we too have to see, oh, I built such a nice house here. Oh, I've done so much here. Oh, look how wonderful my gardens are. Yes.
Can you repeat the question?
Do the spiritual directors also move? Yes, they do.
And who decides?
The largest spiritual director. So again, our flow of making decisions is it's a process. First, say I'm restless as an individual. I feel I'm not growing where I am. I'll reach out to my immediate spiritual director. In Mumbai, somebody may come to Narayani and me and say, hey, what do you think? Then we'll say, why don't we all meditate on it and meditate together as a group on it? Come together every now and then, let's meditate together. And we meditate and we meditate. If some inspiration comes, we share it. If they have an inspiration, they share it. And then if it involves us having to move them elsewhere, then we speak to the directors there. Hey, here's this person. It would really help them if they were in a space, because in Italy, it's all about the heart, and this person's really in his head. So it'd be great for him to be in Italy and be fluid and flow and mamma mia. And, so what do you think? Is there space? Could it work? The difference in our communities, which is while we don't have private ownership within the community, everybody needs to find their own financial sustenance. The community does not take on the ownership of the individual. The individual has to find ways to both sustain himself, and then we all tithe to the community to sustain the community. So it allows for us not to get a little bit kind of you take care of me kind of energy, but we're always dynamic in our own lives. And, so individual run businesses, individual runs things. So that's how you're moving them around. What are you going to go over there and do? What would you like to do? So
if we understand that the size does make a difference, the number of people makes a difference. If it's too small, it can get a bit stifling. The fact remains, even in a reasonably large community, your workspace is a small group. You might be working with 3, 4, 5, at most 10 people. And therefore, you still end up with that problem of intense frictions in a small group. And in many cases, at least as you mentioned earlier, your spouse. You're stuck together. You have friction every day, every moment that you're together at home, in some form or other, implicit to the nature of human problems or human nature. How do you handle that?
we don't. I mean, who's going to handle all these things? Otherwise, it just becomes this nagging, yapping, complaining. I mean, it's more like, guys, suck it up. Where's your spine? Where's your joy? How can everything keep bringing you down all the time? How can every issue become so big? It's just like, there's a whole flow of the spiritual life that is about being able to face challenges and so you work with them, and you are constantly, people come with complaints all the time, naturally. You never say, oh, okay, we'll try to fix this. You're just like, why are you, as you said, why are you reacting in this way? Why are you so confused? Don't you know the teachings? Aren't you aware? Isn't this what you signed up for? I mean, you have to keep asking them to be warriors. It's very hard to kind of get to the point where you just start having to deal with just the social dynamics all the time.
But bringing it into the workspace, where the work now supersedes the spiritual principles and values. You need to get this done in so many hours. You need to get that outcome. You need to have a certain standard of perfection and that's not, you can't say, my spiritual requirement is going to override the standard of the work.
No, of course not.
So in that case, and especially in a workspace, you have inevitably some kind of hierarchy.
Yes.
What happens when you find in the hierarchy this conflict? Your superior, now you find not competent enough, and you find yourself more capable. How do you deal with that? Because there somehow the spiritual content and this let's meditate and solve it tends not to so much work.
No, it doesn't. And you have to have very practical approaches. You have to speak to everybody. You call meetings. You go through the process. You ask everyone in the team, are you all experiencing the same issue? Is this individual because I have a personality issue? Or is this a universal experience? And then you go ahead and change the person who is in charge.
It all can depend on the attitude with which you do it. Are you doing it in a spirit of anger or in a spirit of sort of detachment?
What's right here?
Yeah, where you're not reacting, you're just doing it because it has to be done. So it has to be done, but you're not doing it from a reaction. Again, it's always coming back to am I reacting or am I just doing what needs to be done?
So in this case, the person who's been asked to step down goes through some reaction also.
It's reaction from reaction.
It's like, are we trying to avoid all of that? I mean, what's our intention here? I don't know. As individuals, as a community, we're trying to create a space that works for the intention of the space. And so there's going to be constant movement. At times, certain spiritual directors of our communities are asked to step down and to relocate to someplace else. And so they're going from a very high position of authority to a near nobody in the next place. And that's their lesson. That's what they need to learn because that's what they signed up for. And if they are aware, they will react a little bit because, as it always happens, but sooner or later they embrace it because that's what they signed up for. You just have to keep reminding people this is what we signed up for.
Right. Why are we here? Yeah. That becomes the key. What we do find, for example, in the Sri Aurobindo ashram, where as long as Sri Aurobindo and the mother were in the body, it was clear they are the guru. Subsequently, after they've left the body, now there is nobody who's like a spiritual leader. We have an administrative framework who are not spiritual at all. And so administrative decisions are not aligned with spiritual values. And we have this conflict of the separation of these two. I've seen this in other communities, for example, without naming it, one of the communities which worked closely with Dina and so had interaction with their people. Once their founder passed on, the person who replaced the founder was more an administrative head, did not have the spiritual competencies, and those who were in the sadhana found themselves sidelined and out of the decision-making loop where it would have been critical for them to be part of it. Any comments, anything? How do you deal with, have these issues?
Because in all our communities, the directors are assigned by either the previous directors or a worldwide director is assigning a specific community director. Our communities have two heads, so to speak. Usually in our community, almost always our spiritual directors are a couple. Almost always, so that there's balance between head and heart. Both men and women can tune in differently the way that they want. If it's just one person, it's not a one size fits all. So at least if there's two, there's a little bit possibility of tuning in to which individual works better for you, so to speak. And because they're a couple, they tend to be very aligned in their vision. Then we've also got the general managers who are administrators. And the spiritual director assigns the general manager, and the general manager works in tandem with the director to decide who gets what job, which place is doing well or not, what are the community dues going to be like, and they figure out all the practical, where are we going to build houses, who gets to live in them, so on and so forth. So every community of ours has a spiritual director and a general manager.
I'm going to have one last question. We'll complete the topic. It's important. So all this comes to a decision-making process. When the founder is in the body, inevitably everybody accepts because that's how it is. But subsequently, do you have a centralized decision-making? Do you have a collective decision-making? When such critical decisions have to take place in which the direction of the community or where a decision might have long-term ramifications affecting things beyond our scope of ability to conceive, do you do a collective decision? Is there an individual that overrides?
We don't have collective decisions. our work is completely
To
decentralized.
that I lied because she won't allow me to add one more question. I include it in this. How do you do conflict resolutions then? So broaden it.
Conflict resolution is
But complete
done.
what you were saying.
Okay, so yeah, true. So our work is decentralized in the sense, even though the heads of Ananda Worldwide, which is a couple, Nayaswamis, Jyotish and Devi, they are the heads, and their role is to tune into, as I said, the vibrational direction of our work, not so much the individual manifestation of that, but just tuning in, are the attitudes right? Is the intention right? Is the consciousness right? And so they travel from community to community, working with all the individual leaders. Once a year, all of us come together and we share and we talk for a couple of days. What's going on, what's happening, what are our issues facing. So we get to kind of hear from everybody how their communities are doing. And we also, of course, get together on Zoom and such, but physically we get together once a year in our community in Ananda Village. So there's Jyotish and Deviji will never impose their decisions upon a community, but as they come to a community and get to experience, individuals may come with grievances or issues, then, where we get to conflict resolution. Conflict resolution is always is bring everybody who is involved together. There is no, I tell you something and then you go and do it on my behalf. Or you change something. Let's just bring everybody together. Let's see what the issue really is. Because again, while the practical is very important, I'm not in any way, but because these individuals who've decided to join these communities, we know their intention is to grow spiritually. That is always our, in Ananda, we've got 2 rules. People are more important than things, rule 1. Rule 2, where there is dharma, there is victory. So you don't worry about whether it looks victorious now. If you're in adherence with dharma, eventually victory will be achieved. So you're tuning into those 2 things. People are more important than things here. And so when you're talking to people, you realize the issue is just not what the issue is. The issue is different. The issue is an issue of attitude. It's an issue of awareness or a lack of awareness. And so then you work based on that. And often we say, all right, why don't we move you somewhere else? And if it turns out you're going to have the same issue there, then we can come back and say, you see, it's not so much about where you were. And so again, but the intention is to help the individual. The intention is not to, figure out how community dynamics are going to be perfected.
I'm trying to think of this in the Auroville context. There have been these spiritual giants after Sri Aurobindo the Mother. I'm thinking of Kira Joshi, who everyone respected. And what happens, though, is even those, they begin to pass on. So there needs to be cultivation of people of your generation who are taking on that mantle. There has to be, for the community to hold the spiritual energy together, there have to be people like that. And I think that's part of the churning that Auroville is going through right now. Where are those spiritual energies that people respect? I mean, it shouldn't be a competition of, it should be acknowledged that these people hold a certain wisdom. And I hope that really begins to become part of the next stage in Auroville's development, as Auroville is entering another stage, that there can be respect towards certain individuals as holding a certain spiritual energy because of the practices that they've done.
I think what I also understood from all that you described, in critical elements, both in the decision making, eventually there's a reliance on an individual or a group of individuals who have a deeper spiritual wisdom. And if that is not present, then eventually the groups, subgroups, will have a free play to assert their ego identities. And looking at Auroville from this context, what I understand, perhaps I don't have the exact vocabulary, the mother spoke of a hierarchy of consciousness. She says no hierarchy of power structures, but certainly naturally, spontaneously, there's a hierarchy of consciousness, because there are some who are more developed in consciousness terms, and that will be the case inevitably. And she did speak of a group of people that would be as if the wisdom, who represent a certain higher wisdom, who could be available for reference for these critical decisions. And I think it's important that, as you pointed out, it should be become more available in the community consciousness itself, that we resort to their advice for these things. What I've seen in certain communities, they make this explicit separation of those who hold the wisdom and those who execute, so that there cannot be a misuse or a mix of this. And it creates an objectivity in which even a person of wisdom can get corrupted by a strong ego impulse. So there's a separation of the executive person from the wisdom persons, who then may give advice as friends and say, look, we understand it this way. And then the implementation is done by people who say, yes, that makes sense. And then we do it without any personal interest and so on. Certain frameworks like this could be attempted, could be tried. And I think the mother has given enough indications that this would be inevitable also in the framework of Auroville internal governance. So I'm going to conclude this part because we are being asked to end. We had a very rich interaction with real problems and I think real applicable solutions. And we would have learned a lot from the experience of the Ananda Sangha and also others, and Dina's experience with other communities, as well as a little bit that we have from the ashram's experiences. And Auroville being then a space in which all possibilities can be then directly put to experiment and resolution. Not experiment for the sake of experiment and time pass, but experiment for solid outcomes that are applied to change life and to become a model, to become a prototype for other communities in which such a large challenge of a universality of approach, a universality in the practice can be organized using these principles, because the principles we have spoken of are essentially universal because they're spiritual. But in their form, there may be variations and perhaps the forms evolve. I am always not happy when I hear Aurovillians saying, Auroville is a work in progress. No, I'm sorry, don't say that. Auroville is a community living by certain values and foundations. It is evolving, yes, but you will always be a work in progress. But don't make that an excuse. And don't make that a means of deprecating the value of what Auroville does. What has been done in terms of achievement is real. It's not work in progress. It has been achieved. And maybe as things evolve, that also will evolve. So in that sense, it's a work in progress. But don't reduce it to just Auroville as a work in progress. So much has been done. We have to acknowledge that. So much more needs to be done. And we are open to experimenting and moving forward, but with a realistic approach. And I think the interactions we have had and the solutions we have heard are very realistic, very practical and applicable, but they all come back to the spiritual foundation. And we have to become more conscious of it, more articulate about it, and even in the entry process, this has to become the founding criteria, perhaps even. And in the conflict resolution processes, this has to become the founding criteria in whatever mechanisms we may develop. Thank you.
One last thing. If we focus on group sadhanas, the magnetism starts increasing and you start drawing the right people to the community, and you draw more people to the community. So that may be a wonderful place to start.
In the vocabulary of the sadhana, we will call this the tapas. The heat, the intensity, the magnetism of what is built up as a spiritual presence. And in Auroville, we have something very precious, which is not the result of what we have built up. It's what the mother has built up for us at the Matri Mandir, which is this physical representation of the soul of Auroville. We did nothing for that other than build the construction of it. She put the power. And she said this, and we must remind ourselves of this. She said this, build the Matri Mandir, and I take it upon myself to make it one of the most powerful spiritual centers in the world. That was her promise, and she has lived up to her promise. The field, the magnetism, the tapas is there. But the community has to organize itself around this spiritual space. Otherwise, we again remain fragmented individuals, and the spiritual content of the community, which holds community together, would be left out. She has given us everything. It is for us now to really take advantage of that in the right way. Thank you, Shurjo. Thank you, Dina. And thank you all of you for being part of this.
So thank you for bringing in the richness of the conversations. I think a lot of food for thought, a lot of perspectives from how different organizations are managing and running. So Soumya and Lakshay, can you join on the stage? Rajiv?
Thanks for the interesting talk. I'm Lakshay. I have made few quick notes, and I have a question to add on to what you already touched upon. First thing I wanted to, when people say that work in progress, perhaps they meant work to progress, and we all are trying to do that. And another question which you often, again and again refer to, why are we here? If we ask that question, I don't know how far we would go. I think the pertinent question to ask would be, why am I here? And then that's the inner work that you referred to. And collectively, it reflects on what we do. And the aspect of 50 that you said, and we are here 50,000, no? But I think there is also correlation there. What you say perhaps fits for a community, and I refrain from calling Auroville a community. I call it a city. Mother called it a city. We could have multiple communities as such here. After all, there's a laboratory, and we could pursue various paths, and we work, all life is yoga. So we could take multiple routes, and our destination is there, and whoever is able to carve the path for us, or how do we do it, is our pursuit. Pursuit of perfectibility. It all boils down to decision-making process when we are in a gathering, right? And you refer to surrender to authority versus the divine in authority. And you also refer to this communism with God, no? Sri Aurobindo said. So the mirroring question right now is, how do we, when we are in large numbers, how do we? Is there an aspect of surrendering to collectivity, and also looking at surrendering to the divinity in collectivity? How do we? There is also we are going through that in Auroville, that when most of the people agree or vote for something as if it's perfect, is it? So we should also reflect on that a little bit, on the aspect of numbers. Just because we get together a substantial number doesn't make it right. And yet, as being part of this intentional pursuit, how do we hold our inner? How do we connect to that divinity, overlooking the force of the numbers? That's a challenge also. Yeah.
So many questions, I don't know which one.
I think they're his comments on the things we've discussed. It's good.
Yeah, maybe perhaps you can take one by one. Yeah. Thank you.
Feel free to take only what you want to ask.
In Ananda, Swamiji said, we are not a democracy, we are a dharmacracy, where dharma is above and beyond everything else. We can make many group decisions, but the group decisions are about slightly more practical things, but there are certain spiritual realities that are unchanging, that you don't get to decide on, or you don't get to kind of debate about. And so the question is always, what is spiritually speaking, what is the foundation of the collective? Because if there is no spiritual foundation of the collective, it's going to be very hard. Everybody's just going to have differing opinions. And again, that's just going to be a natural state. Everybody in this room is going to have a different opinion. And so if we just decide that eventually, okay, the 50% or more of these opinions seem to collide or come together, it could work for certain practical realities. But when we start tuning into vibrational consciousness, the spiritual realities, what's dharma here, that's where you have to have some sense of कि ये line ये नहीं हिलेगा कभी. This line never changes. This reality never changes. So for us again, it's like Yogananda's, our discipleship to Yogananda never changes. Everything else can shift and move, and as we said, communities can rise and fall, and sometimes things work out well and sometimes they don't. Doesn't matter. This doesn't shift. And because this doesn't shift, I am forever rooted. I never feel moved. I never feel what's happening here. because this never changes. So you have to decide for yourself, what is the this that never changes? Therefore, in constant change, what allows us to stay completely unshaken, completely rooted, completely joyful, completely accepting. But that part has to be discovered, found out, or established.
In fact, it was the guideline given by the mother for Auroville. If you see around the tree next to the Matrimanda, the banyan tree, at the service of the truth, not at the service of the popular vote. And there was a point where a question was asked to the mother. My teacher, MP Pandit, was the person who took the question. The question was asked, what would be the greeting among Aurovillians? And the mother said, the greeting will be truth. You greet each other, you say truth. You're reminding each other truth. You don't say good morning, have a good night. That's not the point. You're here for truth, serve the truth, live for the truth, be an expression of the truth. You're reminding yourself with that word each time you greet. And if this had perhaps been put into practice, perspective might be a little different.
Truth. Thank you.
I was going to say that I think what Auroville is going through now is that realignment. A democracy is and finding that unmovable point. So I think that's the process that's happening now, and hopefully it won't take too long.
Democracy with God.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kirtana. I was curious as to what happens in terms of either conflict resolution or governance if people outside of the community also start influencing the community.
In establishing Ananda, especially back in the early days in America, they went through a lot of opposition from people outside, from the local government there in America. People didn't want this spiritual community to come up. A lot of them had they knew about the Osho thing that had happened in America, and so everybody was very wary of this. So there was just a lot of opposition, a lot of kind of conscious, let's make sure these guys never establish a community here. And it was hard, and it swayed a lot of people, and everybody said, are we doing the right thing? If people don't like us, maybe something's not right, and so on and so forth. And, we don't have a very organized hierarchy in Ananda. We've got the spiritual director, who's, again, their roles are not in any way to meddle in people's lives or their own decisions unless asked for help, and general directions. Other than that, there is no other hierarchy. And the spiritual director is not assumed to be spiritually more advanced than anybody. There is no idea that you are, it just so happens that you have both high enough consciousness and you're intelligent enough that you're able to...
Wisdom, in other words?
Yes, there we go. You have seemingly enough wisdom, let's put it that way, that generally you're going to, and your attunement, your sadhanas, you know that this person's rooted, there's no swaying. But then other than that, there is not enough of a hierarchical structure to create too much fixity of I can only do this, and you talk to this person, and this person resolves this for you. It's a very fluid reality. And for us, again, because we move around so much within that fluid reality, basis of all our interactions is spiritual friendship. You want to just become friends with everybody, which means you take an active interest in their lives. You want to share time together. There's enough recreation together. There's definitely a lot of group sadhanas together. We're going over to each other's homes for meals often. We play dam charades often. We go out and play soccer together. So there's so much energy is being exchanged all the time that when conflict does come up, it usually is very minor in terms of the effect that it has. It doesn't spill out into some sort of major problems. Because everybody is so close to everybody that there's a natural sense of, hey, let's work this out. Why is it that we're having a hard time? And very seldom does that conflict have to be brought out into some sort of public limelight or even require the intervention of the spiritual directors. But of course, when things are happening on the outside, then the community is forced to come together, really to tune into, again, what are we doing here? And to come together often to ask that question and again, why are there forces in opposition to us? Is this an opposition that we're looking to overcome? Is this an opposition to tell us to understand something? Is this an opposition because Divine Mother herself is trying to place before us saying, okay, this is a stop for you here. You need to redirect your energy somewhere. And that's a process that as a community, we talk about, we share, we look back to the teachings of our Guru, see what he may have said in the face of such an opposition. But we come back to what is the spiritual principle at stake here. If there is a spiritual principle at stake, we must act. If there isn't, then we're also very open to seeing what's trying to happen, as opposed to always feeling the need to control what is trying to happen or correct what is trying to happen. Because as we said, we're not always sure what really the journey is. And so that level of surrender, which is more a level of joyful, relaxed acceptance, is a part of it. Because we're not worried about whether the community will survive or not. We're worried about, will our state of consciousness be high enough to experience whatever happens?
That's a key point. That's a key point. I wanted to ask you, did that answer your questions in the context of Auroville?
No, not fully.
Not really. Do you want to restate it?
I mean, no, I mean, even in context to any other community, not just in context to Auroville, I'm curious. I mean, I understand the resistance that may have come up when a community is being set up, but even in the, like now or even in the future, like there could be resistances that are still existing outside of the community, right? And there are forces outside of the community that also still influence the community. Like that's how world operates. We don't like set a boundary and say the influence doesn't exist. The influence is always there. So I'm curious to understand what is the relationship to that influence and how does that play out?
Who gets influenced is a big question. Who gets influenced is a big question. Where does influence come from? Influence comes from when you yourself aren't fully established in something, you get influenced by others. So again, it comes back to the strength of the community. How easily are we swayed because some other thing is going on? And being swayed is because there are parts of me not yet fully integrated with the reality that I have chosen to live. And therefore I get influenced, right? And so therefore there's a magnetism stronger than my own connection to the divine. And in what I believe, there's a magnetism stronger to be able to pull me in energy and thought and idea. And so it comes back to, why is that happening? And again, as a community, that's what we address. Why is that happening? Why would enough of us even be influenced in the first place if we say this is what we believe in, and this is what we're living? So it's a wonderful discussion point to have.
I want to point to something more, which Shurji also, he went beyond the scope of your question to something, but which is central to the question itself. When he said that you come together to resolve. And I want to put this in the context of Auroville. If a group or an individual says, I'm going to boycott you because I disagree with you, then they're enforcing a division where it was completely unnecessary. You may have any degree of disagreement. You should be able to sit across and say, on this point I differ, on that point you differ. And then the point he made, what's the principle at stake? And from a spiritual point of view, what is it we have to protect, against which you're willing to let go everything else? And this was exactly the formula that the mother gave for resolution of conflicts in the ashram. She said, you sit together, concentrate, find that point which is common, which everybody agrees needs to be protected, And then everyone agrees to let go of some part of their preference in order to protect this. And if you don't come to a resolution, go back, concentrate, meditate, return, and go through the same process again. And generally, if we do it with some minimum sincerity, we always come to a resolution, if we bother to do it. But if we go on a boycott mode, there is no resolution because you're choosing not to have a resolution. And this needs to be stated publicly.
I'm not very familiar with the dynamics of Auroville, so any clarity that you can give for more specific answers, it just helps. Whereas you seem to know much better.
Hello, I'm Saumya. As an Aurovillian, I have this one question which I completely resonate to what Shraddhaluji mentioned about internal governance and the wise men and women. Mother often mentioned about this, and for me, my understanding was also that the intuitive intelligence, the people with intuitive intelligence are the ones who would represent the community, and from there, authentic hierarchy will take place anyways. We will surrender to it. So that is also how I perceive RA, for instance. They will be the ones representing the collective. So far, we haven't ever tried that. You think it's possible now because it somehow feels it's the need of the hour for Auroville to have that kind of a representation. Are we ready or are we not? Or I'm just curious because, is it time?
I would say it's overdue. This should have been the context from the beginning. Because we all recognize that there are individuals who have a greater, let's say, insight, life experience, maybe spiritual wisdom, intuition, whatever form it may be. And there may be not just one, but several. Consult them. There's no harm in consulting. You may still say, we are not going to follow what you've suggested. You're free to not follow. But if you don't even bother to consult, you may miss an opportunity to have something of that intuition or insight. And it may just be that you come saying, I'm not going to listen to whatever they say because I dislike them. But when you sit there and there is actually some sharing, the real sharing with the spiritual presence that is implicit in an inspired intuition, something touches you and you say, yes, that makes sense. And you change. But if you go through the process, it will happen. If you do not, if you refuse even to attempt it, then we're missing an opportunity because we have those people of wisdom. We've always had them.
So it can't be otherwise anyways.
It can't be otherwise eventually.
Okay.
It
can't be otherwise. We need to have our...
Absolutely. There is no other way.
Thank you very much for your sharings. My question is about nature. I hear the connection with the divine, living it together, and then rooting it. Like I come from more a deep connection with indigenous people and the Amazon and nature, maybe shamanism. And I see the great work that has been done in Auroville, reforesting 600 hectares of forest. So my question is, nature and the symbiosis as a collective that we can have with it and as a key value. I would love to hear each one of you, if you like, your perspective on that, to share it. Like indigenous tribes have lived our communities who have lived for thousands of years in sometimes very harsh environments. So is there something that can be drawn from that? And then symbiosis with nature, and then nature as a guru. Like, is it possible not to have a personalized guru, but to be empowered, powerful co-creators in service of nature, and so without having, let's say, I would say, a human interface? Yeah.
Let's get rid of all the humans. Everything is possible because the divine is infinite and therefore infinite options are available to all of us. Every one of us have to find, the question is when we're in a community, the question always is to find what is the common glue that will hold us come whatever. So if a community forms around their absolute love and connection to nature, then that's the most beautiful thing that can happen. But then that has to be the primary focus, the sole focus of the energy that they're putting out. If there are too many conflicting realities, and sooner or later it starts to fall apart. And so again, for us in our community, there's a soul focus to our community. And then within that soul focus, there are individuals who feel deeply connected to nature. And so then they go express how my relationship to my guru, how my relationship to God expresses in my relationship to nature, how I cultivate a relationship. And a lot of us benefit from that. A lot of us get to participate. I personally, I can't even take care of a house plant. Like anything that I have ever tried to keep alive in my home somehow never works. But I'm so grateful that in our communities, there are people who just love nature, who connect with it so deeply, who understand it so intuitively, and I get to benefit from it. But however, still, even though that's a big focus of theirs, their sole focus, if everything else were to go away, if they could never work with nature ever again, they still know where their primary energy comes from. And they can always come back to that. And so you just have to find what is going to be what's going to actually hold this idea of a community together. And as you were rightly saying, sub-communities are going to form naturally because people are going to be drawn in certain ways. But are those sub-communities then going to be in opposition to one another? Are they going to be like, I'm doing my thing, you do your thing? Or do they still have something that holds all of their aspirations unidirectionally? That becomes the question.
I'd like to put this in the context of the integral yoga of Sri Aurobindo, and in the way I would understand it from the perspective of the yoga. First of all, recognizing that the model that we see among indigenous communities and the shamans represents an infra-rational stage of evolution. And while it is good, it is an inspiration, it cannot be a model for the future. Because the moment you bring in reason wants to take the knowledge and the gifts that nature gives you and build upon them and even exceed what nature can give. And at that point, you've already created a disharmony necessarily. The question now is, can you, with that higher capacity now, capability, even a technological development, build something that builds a new and a higher harmony, which is supra-rational? And we should not stop with the rational. It has to go into supra-rational harmony with nature. That's the future. So we draw inspiration from the indigenous communities, but that's not the model. Model has to be something new, which is higher. And to that extent, Auroville must obviously engage with nature, but also with this objective to go into something which we have glimpses of it everywhere in the world, but which can become a new model, a new way of being where we are in relation with nature on a higher grade of consciousness. In the vocabulary of the Bhagavad Gita, and Sri Aurobindo points to this, there is a higher nature. And there's a higher level of engagement with this higher, more conscious, diviner nature. To the second part of your question, which is regarding nature itself as guru, it would be insufficient. Because nature, as we relate to, represents, as I said, a level which is almost subconscious or subliminal in the consciousness. For the guru and for a spiritual guru, one has to go to the highest presence of the divine necessarily. Anything lesser would inevitably have divisions and parts which would conflict with each other, or a lower grade that would conflict with a higher grade and would not represent the highest spiritual potential. So the correct thing would be in this context, through nature, to look at that which is higher nature, and beyond that to that which is the supreme divine, of which nature is the power of expression. That is your guru, and this divine power of expression is the higher nature with which you will relate, of which you will become an instrument with which you will engage. So we can use these as starting points, but the goal would not be to stop short. The goal would be to go to this higher potential. Otherwise, we would not have fulfilled the integral yoga.
So,
I agree with everything that you said.
I think it's been a very fruitful morning. And I think they have set the tone from an organizational perspective, what is needed for a spiritual community, given in terms what they are doing, what's intrinsic to them and what brings them together, but also at the same time, knowing what needs to be aligned to their higher purpose, There has been culture, there has been values, there are facts that there are models of governance for them, what works, what does not. There has also been what practices need to be put into place to take care of the people and the community. Also, I hear is in terms of resonating in respect for what an individual may need for his or her spiritual growth, and if there is a way that opportunity can be created or represented. But given in the context that Auroville is a universal township where homogeneity may need not necessarily be the mandate, but heterogeneity becoming homogeneous is something that we're looking at, and that homogeneous tone is unity and peace, bringing in that harmony and being, the city that belongs to humanity as such. So thank you for bringing in that beautifully. Enough of evocations, a lot of provocations.
Can I close with an observation, please?
Yeah, just let me summarize and then I'll hand it over. So I know it, and this is where we also says I'm being present to what has worked. There was a plan, and the plan completely got changed, and flow with it. And I think that's also one plan that is there in terms of a community. We will now go for lunch break. The reason is why I was a little is that I've just got a message from the Lieutenant Governor's office that she's due to arrive at 1:15 to be with us. So I'm also looking at different schedule and trying to bring it in while I'm also kind of trying to be present to this conversation. So that's the only context that got changed. So we will have a quick lunch at 1:15. May I humbly request, just like you have been the most amazing supportive people, to come here, and we will start the second session. She will love to have a conversation, just maybe address, because she does have to leave back for Telangana. So she's just coming for us out over here. So just wanted to share that.
In closing, the one thing which was the highlight of all our discussions and resolution for all our problems is the build-up of this spiritual tapas, the spiritual power, the magnetism that Shurjo spoke of. And this is essential for the success of Auroville and for the resolution of all the problems. And the numbers present here are very small. Perhaps others don't have the time, or they're not interested, or they're in boycott. I don't know. Maybe they will watch this online, or they may not. I don't know. But those of us who are here, if we feel so drawn to this, let us make the conscious choice to build this tapas. And we will become the magnetic field, the magnetic presence, the spiritual foundation around which a greater resolution will happen inevitably. It will happen, it's a question of time. But if we build this field now, it will happen sooner, smoother, with less suffering. And this is our work we can all do, irrespective of what else others do. And what I would ask is all of us who feel so inspired, who feel so aligned, to take this decision and put this into practice from now and every day. In the ways we've already discussed, every work you do, initiate with a concentration on the divine presence, invoking the help, and at the conclusion, again, complete it with that contact. And if possible, in between, repeatedly make contact. And to put this into practice as a first step, we started our session with that concentration. Let's end with this concentration and invoking the presence of the Divine Mother and of Sri Aurobindo, that they may lead us to the fulfillment of the ideal that Auroville represents, not only for us, not only for Auroville, not only for humanity, but so that the divine will may be fulfilled on earth, that it would be the right thing and the dharma to be realized.
We have sessions here, people really are able to influence us and say that, oh, this place is having a lot of despair, problem, polarization, all those conversations come up when there is a sincere effort to realign it and get it back on the original vision and mission that Mother had envisaged it, which is a beautiful gift of India to the entire world. So if we hear that and get influenced by it, you can imagine how much of pressure they would be under from different people trying to reach them and say that, oh, we are being tortured, we are under despair, we are under threat, sometimes which is not justified also. So in spite of all of that, for Madam to constantly bear all of that and yet be a great beacon of strength, support for us, and the proximity. A lot of you here may not know that Auroville is a part of Tamil Nadu. We believe it's a part of Pondicherry, right? A lot of us used to believe so. Pondicherry is next to us, but actually it comes in the state of Tamil Nadu, in the district of Viluppuram. And given the distance from the headquarters of Tamil Nadu, Chennai, we find that Madam, it's an absolute pleasure that she is able to visit us more often, and she's very generous with her time in spite of having 2 full states that she has to shoulder the responsibilities. She's an outstanding doctor. She had been the president of a political party in Tamil Nadu, doing very well. Her People Connect is outstanding. And you'll see she's also a very, very articulate speaker, not just the gloss of speaking, but I think rooted in the values, the culture, and comes from a very special family also. And so I want to, without much ado, she has a very busy schedule, want to really express our deep gratitude here. Welcome, Madam, with a lot of love and respect. And ma'am, request you to address us. Dana is, of course, our IAC chair in International Advisory Council. Ma'am, we keep meeting her. But this conference has been possible for the 2nd consecutive year with her. The theme, of course, is science and spirituality overarching, but from individual to collective sadhana. So as I was mentioning, ma'am, yesterday we spent nearly 4-5 hours meditating in that hall. Ma'am was sitting there and experiencing some of it. The meditation that we did for the trees and Vedic chanting and all of it. So without much ado, ma'am, welcome again. Over to you, please, ma'am.
A special good afternoon to each and everyone here. Truth, as Madam told. And Madam Jayanti Ravi, Madam Dena, and all the our governing board members, also Professor is here from Hyderabad, and all the other dignitaries who have come over here. Peace-loving souls, I have to say. A special good afternoon to each and everyone here. And towards the collective sadhana, it's a great pleasure to be here. Sometimes, when we are too busy, peace gives us more strength than the noise. So, Mother and Sri Aurobindo identified that. And they created a wonderful paradise where when we enter, we can gain peace, and through that we can gain strength. And I was very much surprised to know, Madam was telling about the sound bath. So both sound and silence, both are needed. Only silence won't give us strength. Sound also will give us strength. So very uniquely, great sounds get absorbed. As a doctor, I know. Not only the sunlight, not only the other things, even the sound get absorbed. And because of the sound, we have a sound body, sound mind. So we reveal it with that sound bath. But mind, whatever may be the challenges, whatever may be the position we hold, whatever may be the situation we face, if everything, it's the mind which controls it. One king was passing by, and then one beggar was having a begging bowl. He was asking for some donation. The king gave his big mala, golden mala, put it in that bowl. It got disappeared. Then he put his bangles, everything, all the jewels, he put it in that, it got disappeared. Then that person told, you cannot fill this bowl. Then the king got angry. What is this? I am the king. How can it be that a king cannot fill a bowl? So he put his crown in that. That also got disappeared. Then he told, what are all the kingdom, all the certificate of the kingdom, I will put it. Then everything got disappeared. Then finally, the king was very much surprised. And he asked, okay, I bow before you. On what material this bowl is made of? He told, this bowl is made of human mind. So whatever may be that, this human mind, if you put it, it will engulf, it will disappear. And it is the mind should decide whether it will disappear or it will hold. So that is the power of our mind. And whatever may be the challenges, outward challenges, if the mind is so strong, a person asked his guru, sitting on the shores of you have a very good Auroville shores. Even Puducherry, I am very proud that we have a long seashore, was asking how to face the challenges in the world. That saint told at that seashore they were all sitting. Waves were continuously beating a stone. Then he told, here itself the answer is that your mind should be in such a way that continuously even the waves are hitting. You see the rock, how it is so strong. The waves are much stronger, but continuously hitting. The waves, the stone is so strong. So you should be like a stone. Definitely challenges will be hitting you, diseases will be hitting you, problems will be hitting you. So we cannot ask the sea to be quiet. If life means, definitely there will be waves. If life means, definitely there will be challenges. So you should be like a rock. Your mind should be so strong like a rock. So that is the message our spiritualism gives us. Whatever, if your mind is so strong, even the weakest person have the strongest mind, he can face the challenges, whatever may be the challenges. So now we have to teach our youngsters, because nowadays the incidents of suicide are more. They are unable to face the challenges. They think problems are only for them. One of the students asked the teacher, I want a place where total peace is there. There is no any problem at all. Then he took him to the graveyard. This is the place where there is no any problem. Apart from this place, whatever may be, even the palace, even the most luxurious building, there will be problem. So we have to accept it and we have to move forward. So when we have that mindset, no problem at all. Madam introduced me as governor of Telangana and lieutenant governor of Puducherry. You know, as a woman, we face so many challenges. But in spite of that, if you have a strong mind, I can face anything. So nobody can do anything. I always say, nobody can make me unhappy at all. If you make me unhappy, only there will be problem. You cannot make me unhappy at all. So I'll be the happiest person. Then what you will do? So in Mahabharata also, according to the situation, we have to. Dharma asked Bhishmar, how? Because when we see the flowing of the river, what lesson we learn? Sometimes we are unable to face the challenges and we break away. And sometimes we are unable to bow down. So seeing the river, showing the river, he taught him, you see, the river is coming with full flow. This tree is straight, strong, saying that I won't bow down. So these highly flowing water breaks the strong trees. So this tree thinks it's very strong, but the flowing water can break into pieces and throw into sea. But the grass, which is on the banks of the river, it's all very thin grass. But the flowing of the river cannot pluck it, cannot remove it. Why? Means when the flow of the water is more, these grass just bow down, and the flow of water when it passes, it won't bow down ever. It just become straight. It puts his head up. So life, we have to, according to the situation, we have to act. We cannot say, no, I won't bow my head. Then you will be broken. But at the same time, seeing the situation, In this situation, I have to be like that. Then after that situation, I have to move to another situation. So our elders taught us how to be very happy in the life. So nowadays, I thank our Honorable Prime Minister for taking the message, whether it is millet or whether it is yoga, to the international forum. Yoga is the great art. It gives physical as well as mental strength. Physical strength and mental peace. No any other art in the world. As a doctor, I can say, some medicines will act on the body, some medicines will act on the mind, some medicines won't act on either on the body or either on the mind, but a single practice which acts over the body as well as the mind is the art of yoga. So when we practice yoga, really that along with morning meditation and yoga, it gives immense strength. So it is our lifestyle pattern. Whatever may be the situation, whatever may be the challenges, this only the spiritualism taught us. Some people, particularly in Tamil Nadu, some of the people think that we are atheist. We don't believe anything. So when I went to abroad for my higher studies, there were some of the psychological clinics in the corner of the streets, lot of psychological counseling centers. Then one of my friend asked, do you have counseling centers like this in India? At that time, now only India is having more of psychotherapy, psychologists and all. Then I told, we have lot of psychologists, psychotherapy centers. Then she was astonished. She told, India, I met the friends, they told, no, there were no psychology clinics like this. Then I told, every corner we have some spiritual centers, temples. So we go and put all our problem in the feet of the God. Then we come with flying butterflies. So God will, superpower is there, it will look after us. So when we think that something will hold us, some power will hold us and something will give everything to them. And when we are free, we are able to perform. Productivity is more. Nowadays, in the competitive world, productivity is more. I am also doing, but I have to be the best. I have to be the super specialist. No need to be specialist also. We have to be super specialist. Because the world is now, we are facing so many challenges. Everyone is coming with talents. Everyone is coming with superpower. So we cannot immerse ourselves as a person, an ordinary person. We have to be an extraordinary person to achieve in this world. So to be an extraordinary person, we can gain our skills. But at the same time, if we have mental strength and mental peace only, we can be more productive. If 1 hour, somebody can do 2 things, I should be able to do 4 to 5 things. Then only I can be an exemplary person in this world. Our spiritualism, when we see the root of our spiritualism, that only it teaches. Control your mind. In Tamil, there's Manamuru Kurang. Mind is a monkey. It will be jumping. If you control it only, then you can hold anything. So everything, whatever may be the situation, finally, it comes to the inner power, internal power. One person in the deathbed, he was very sad and he told his relatives, I wanted to change the world. I was unable to do that. Then I wanted to change at least my country. I was unable to do that. Then I wanted to change my state. I was unable to do that. Then I wanted to change my capital. I was unable to do. Then I wanted to change my village. I was unable to do. At least I wanted to change my family, my house. I was unable to do. Finally, only I found, if I would have changed, my family would have changed. If my family would have changed, my village would have changed. My village would have changed, my state would have changed. State would have changed, my country would have changed. If my country would have changed, my world would have been changed. So everything, self. It is inside you. So unless, sometimes we blame the children. When children fell down, we'll beat the floor. No, don't tell. You fell down. You should come careful. So always we are blaming others. But everything, inner power. It is inside you. Whatever may, whether it is Mahabharata, whether it is Ramayana, whether it is Sri Aurobindo's preaching, whether it is Mother's preaching, it is everything is self. Self-confident, self-pride, self-control. And above that, we can raise above everyone. We can see the smile when you have total self-control. That's meditation gives us power, yoga gives us power, the thought gives us power. And when I sat there, the peace, when Madam also told, you also spent 5 hours almost there. So when we cleanses, devoid of everything, then our mind will be like a whiteboard. It can be anything. But we accumulate the garbage, there won't be any space. So de-cleansing and motivating our mind to do more things and flexing it to do more things. That is meditation and that is spiritualism. And I'm really happy to meet you all. And a small knowledge which I had, I shared with you. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to invite Raghu Anantanarayan, who is going to be holding the space and leading this discussion, a thought leader, a process worker, a yogic person, looking at Indic wisdom as a coaching model, wears many hats. Inviting Manoj Pavitran from Auroville, been here more than 25 years ago, been in the space of education, integral yoga, integral education, and has Purnam that offers programs to youth, middle-aged, 20s, early 20s to 30s, to figure out what's their swadharma. And then the third, we have Bhante Ji, if I can call him, from Uganda, a Buddhist, runs a Buddhist center. We also have our heart weaving community out over here, and thank you for coming in and present in this conversation. So Raghu, it's 1:46. You have time till 2:30, and I invite you.
Thank you. That was a nice segue. There's an interesting thought that's there in the yogic tradition that to discover the truth of anything, there are 2 points of view which makes it actually 4 spaces. It's called the mukham and the drishti. Yeah. Am I looking inward with inside looking eyes, or am I looking out with inside eyes, or looking from outside in or outside out? Now, all 4 are very critical to understand the truth of anything. And we tend to get stuck in one or the other. So then, if you get stuck in one or the other, then you can't do a very essential thing called a manthan. We'll come to what is a manthan also. I'm really happy to be with Manoj and Bhanteji. We had a small chat earlier, and I must tell you, we had a lot of fun. Okay? And I think serious issues have to be also looked at with some humor, because we're all human beings and we make mistakes, and it's nice to look at the mistakes we make with humor, even if we are looking at it seriously to learn from it. Why the 3 of us is an interesting perspective. Bhanteji belongs to 2,000 years of a Sangha. So as of himself, he's a very important teacher. He's very well respected, and you can go through it in the bio. But very critically, he belongs to the Buddhist Sangha. And there is so much that one can learn from the conduct of the Buddhist Sangha. And as a Sangha, it might be the oldest Sangha still alive, and which still holds the purity of the Buddhist lineage. And obviously, it is grown, it is morphed in many ways, but I don't think any of the morphing has gone away from the Buddhist ideals and the Buddhist principles, right? And Manoj is here. The Auroville is a much younger community and hoping to again be around for 2,000 years or more. So it's a very interesting understanding and perspective from somebody who's been here for 25 years or more and watched it from the inside. And I have the privilege of being in a lot of startup communities. Yeah, I'm a serial founder of some 2 or 3 groups with different levels of spiritual intent, but all of them with definitely a dharmic intent. Yeah, so we will share our perspectives on what it means, or how collectives form, what might be the critical parts of a collective, and hold your questions because we'll have time for, each of us will go to 3 groups and we'll have a much deeper, longer discussion on the questions. Yeah? So I'll first invite Banteji to share his wisdom, and then we'll go to you, Manoj.
So, what's the topic again? What's the topic?
The topic is what we discussed. Individual development, collective development, how they are related, how do communities form, and how do they sustain themselves.
Because the topics also can change in permanence. I was scared you today. We didn't even have enough food. For me, I had enough, actually. Buddha figured it out for us. We eat earlier than you, so I had almost 45 minutes of lunch. Yeah, so things have changed. I thought it has changed since then. Anyway, thank you very much for your introduction. And all of you who are attending, this morning we had such a wonderful session, and I had to abandon that session to go for lunch, and I missed out a lot, but anyway, we can always pick up from there. So as he said that I belong to the Theravada tradition, Buddhist tradition, and I come here as a representative of Buddhism, Buddhist Sangha, and I've been a monk for 20 years, so I've been living in the communities. Even before I became a monk, I was living in a community in India here. It was New Delhi, a spiritual community. So I just want to share really what really sustains us as a Sangha. 3 principles, there are so many things, but I see 3 principles that really that put us together. And also that's what I do in Uganda, where I've established a center for almost 18 years. So 3 qualities that really brings us together. I don't know, really you can establish a community somewhere, but to keep it together is another thing. In fact, there's 2 laws to success. One is start, another is continue. So you can start a community, but to continue it is a major issue, So then I would focus more, not so much on how to establish a community, but how to maintain it in these 3 principles. The first one is come from the word community. There's a word there, unity. So if you're a community and you're not united in one form or fashion, then you cannot sustain it. So remember, the word community has the word unity in it. Whatever unites you, whether you are going to call it the divine, for us what unites as a Buddhist Sangha is that all Buddha's teaching has one taste, and that's one taste of liberation. And I think the Hindu tradition will relate to that as moksha. For us, we call nibbana. So we are all under one umbrella. You can diverge a little bit, but always you have to come to the center. And that's always our center. Why are we united here? One umbrella. If you are really now looking at the opposite of that, not liberation, not freedom, then you're off. And if anything that really brings us off to the center, we always have to come to the center. Why are we here? Different people, different. For me, our community in Uganda has different people, even different international community. But when you look at we have a couple of people, actually 3 people from England. Why they left England and they're in Uganda is to liberate themselves. So freedom is a major thing. So one cementing thing in any community is unity. If you cannot find why you are united, then you are always going to be off-centered. You can look for that unity in one form or fashion, whatever you call it. But for us, Buddha figured it out. All oceans, they have different kind of waters, they're called different names, Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, but they have only one taste. It's salt. So in Buddhism, Buddhist community have one taste, the taste of freedom and liberation. Our desire to awaken and be free from suffering. So then another thing that keeps us together is, of course, towards that, then there's individual sadhana, how we can really work on our individual liberation. But no, we have now to look at, as you are getting some glimpse of freedom, what are you free from? Suffering. But the indicators of that, and I think Dina alluded to that, those indicators, I will expand a little bit or more. You have to get a template there, right there, where you can check. One is greed, loba. Another one, dosa, anger. Another one is moha, delusion. Another one is fear, baya. So the more you can check that and say, well, how much my attachment to something, am I free from this attachment? Then you go on one side, which is non-attachment. We have to check. That's a template. Then anger. How much my decision-making is based on anger, aversion. Then you look, maybe I should go on the other side, whether my decision-making is based on compassion and loving kindness. Then another one is moha, delusion, confusion, avidya. Yeah? So if the way you live your life, or even in a community, individual or community, you can check how much confusion do I have, delusion, and ignorance. So then you say, now maybe I go on the other side, which is wisdom, understanding. Then the fourth one, as a checkpoint for your freedom, is fear. How much decision-making I'm doing based on fear, all kinds of fear. Then you can go on one side, how much decision-making I'm making out of courage. So on one side, we have greed, hatred, delusion, fear. On one side, we have the opposite of that, which is non-attachment, letting go, in other words. Then loving kindness and compassion, the opposite of dosa. Then the opposite of moha, delusion, is wisdom, understanding, clarity. And then on fear, opposite of that is courage to move forward. So that's one binds us. Always we have, that's the indicators of our community. That's our indicator of our community, our freedom. Now the second one is harmony. How are we, when we're together in the community, in order to maintain it, how can we live in harmony? Buddha gave a few things that help us to live in harmony. One of them is vision, understanding, view. What views are you holding together as a community? And for us, Buddha simplified it. We have to have what we call right view, samadhi, right view. The view that, what we are doing is wholesome, feeding into the individual sadhana. We have to identify there's a problem, which the Buddha talked about, dukkha. Then we have to know what the cause. And the Buddha also identified we have to find the cause of the problem. In Buddhist teaching, it talks about craving for pleasure, a sense of pleasures, craving for existence and non-existence. But this one spills over everywhere. You can't, whenever there's a problem in the community, the first is to identify there's a problem. If you cannot identify it, then you cannot even solve it. Yes. In fact, if you cannot identify the problem and the causes, it's just like having a headache and you go to the salon and you try to making sure that you're going to treat your headache by having good hairdo. I think people say, okay, monks don't have hair. That's a problem. Any problem, if you cannot identify that this is a problem and this is a cause, you are going to treat the effect, not the cause. And that's become a problem itself right there. So then the second one, that we call it right view, having the view. So now we found a solution. What's the solution? And what's the cause of solution? So dukkha, samudaya, nirodha, and magga. That's the central teaching of the Buddha. And that has kept us together because we all uphold that view. It doesn't matter whether you belong to which section of Buddhism. We call it MTV. MTV. Different sects of Buddhism, they're called MTV. Mahayana, Theravada, and Vajrayana. I think my friend there, Marian, belongs to M, I don't know. You belong to V, you see? Me, T. Where is M? So what kept MTV together is really radio. Any problem, I don't care what company you have formed, you have to solve problem like that following Buddha's teaching. Actually, Buddha drew from Ayurvedic medicine. Doctors, like my friend there is a doctor. Any doctor, whether it's an Ayurvedic doctor, modern doctor, when they have the patient, when there's a problem, they ask what's the problem? What's the cause? That's etiology. And what's the sure? Prognosis, isn't it? And the diagnosis, So this is how the Buddha told us to solve the problem. And for us, that keeps us together, that whenever something goes wrong, we can always draw back to the Buddha's teaching or not to go to the hair salon hoping to treat the headache. So we go to the real thing. In fact, they say that Buddha's teaching is like a lion. When you throw a stone to the dog, they go for the stone. But when you throw a stone to a lion, it goes for where it come from. But don't make that experiment. But don't throw a stone to a lion, because the lion will not go for the stone. It will go to where the stone come from. Yeah. You see? So now that keeps us together. Harmony. Harmonious view. Then another harmony that keeps us together is discipline. We must have some level of discipline. In Buddhism, we have Vinaya, 227 rules. But in general, our community, we ask them to keep 5 rules so that we're all together keeping those 5 rules. Not stealing and all that. That helps not to be violent, and all this kind. I think you know the 5 precepts because Buddha drew them from Indian culture. Now, another thing that keeps harmonious together is to be generous. Generosity. And I saw some of the 12 principles, qualities. People are asking me to go and eat during lunch. I was taking a walk in the park there. I found out Sri Aurobindo had already those qualities, 12 qualities. One of them is generosity, humility, and all that. But for us, when it comes to generosity, in my community, we have chosen an acronym called STREAM. STREAM. Yeah, STREAM. Sota. We can't call it Sota. So STREAM, we have to be generous of our space as a community. We have to be generous of our time. We have to be generous of what you call respect, because respect you give. Most people say, give me, but you can't receive what you haven't given. So you have to give respect in order to receive respect. Then we give, E stands for energy. Effort, work. You have to volunteer. Don't sit back and relax and all these things. So we have to give energy, a volunteer and all that. Then A stands for attention. You have to pay attention. Attention and attention. And that really calls for mindfulness. Whatever we do, we have to pay attention. Then M stands for material things. We share material things. As a community, we share robes. The only thing we don't share is toothbrush. But We have a common place. This room, in fact, we actually share as a community. We get things belong to the Sangha, actually. In fact, we so much take care of things we share that even when we sit, we have to put a cloth so that we found out that we leave the place the way we found it. You see the sitting cloth here? Yes. So we protect our material things. So we found in the same way. So that's what we call living in harmony. And there's discipline, part of it is vision, discipline. Another one is Maitri, friendship. The word Maitri is friend, but Buddha changed it a little bit from Sanskrit to Pali language. We call it Metta. Maitri. So that really friendship, that comes to my friend there, Ananda. Friendship that keeps us together. We have, in fact, the Buddha, before always he left the community, even myself, before I leave my community, I'm going to ask them, are you going to mix like milk and water? And when I come back, I say, have you been mixing like milk and water? Or have you been mixing like oil and water? This is more of a cementing thing for the community, to mix like milk and water. Metta, not only words, but friendship in action. Then friendship verbally, but also mentally. So there are three kinds there, right there. Loving kindness, friendship in action, everything. Action has to be friendship. Another one is verbally, another one mentally. That also bring us together, right? So then another thing that, third thing that I told you three things, but I've been breaking it down. The third one is support. There has to be mutual support, supporting each other. This support has so many levels. Physically, we support each other. Emotionally, we support each other. Mentally, we support each other. Then also spiritually and socially, because we live with different people from different countries, we have social support with each other. So that means we have always interviews with that teacher. We go there, we express. The spiritual also support us. So in short, three factors that help us to maintain sanity in a community. One is to live in harmony, harmonious. Another one, in unity. Another one, support each other. That's my 10 cents. 2 cents, sorry, 2 cents. So that's how we live in community. Yes. Do we have problem? Yes. Because I think the only community that doesn't have, again, problem, there are two kinds of communities. I can tell you for sure. One, those people in a cemetery. They're dead, kaput. There's no problem. But there's a second community that has no problem. The community of arahants. We call them arahants. So if a community has all arahants, if this community, Auroville, has all arahants, that means they have overcome greed, hatred, delusion, and fear. There is no conflict, period. Beyond those two communities, we have to have always conflicts. A community which I've created, there's a conflict. Uganda Buddhist Center, there's a conflict. Everywhere I've been in communities around the world, I've lived in Australia, I've lived in every place. In fact, they always call me Bante. You please come to the AGM, annual general meeting. Please, you are the only one to really pray for us. Whether in Singapore, whether in the USA, there's always a problem. But the key, can we approach these problems in a community so that we recycle them for the higher good, for liberation? That's it. Can we look at all our conflicts to recycle them, to learn from them, so that they become a breeding ground for wisdom and understanding, so that we can gain liberation? My 2 cents again. Thank you very much.
Bhanteji, the reason why I love to listen to you is because I understand the Yoga Sutras so much better every time I listen to you. Because there are so many things you said which are there clearly enunciated in the Yoga Sutra. So that was really beautiful. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. really enjoyed MTV part in particular. That was lovely. And that reminded me that we have actually A to Z here, a huge Amazon jungle where all the tribes of the world have come together to figure this out. How do we live together? And first problem to acknowledge is that none of them are dead. It's not graveyard. And none of them are arahants. So when we look at the context, first is to acknowledge the problem that we are not looking at yogins, we are looking at ordinary people who committed for an extraordinary adventure. So that will give us a framework to look at the collective. And as you mentioned in the very beginning, what unites us? That's the first thing. As Surjo was also telling in the morning, the magnet, the glue that attracts and holds people into a larger whole, a collective being. Just like our human body is technically an ecosystem of cells that came together and living together, but we don't experience ourselves as independent cells having separate wills. We experience ourselves as one person. There's one self-awareness and one conscious will. And these cells are gathered together by this evolving soul. The same way when a group is emerging, when a group is gathering, the glue that binds together is we refer to as the group soul, what is represented by Matrimandir in Auroville's context. The group soul that is holding, that's the magnet, which translates into our mind in terms of shared vision, shared mission, shared values, shared culture. All that is a translation from that glue that is binding together. We already know the inner work part of it, which is already well established by the past historical evolution of our collective life. What is emerging? This is where I would like to really say, from looking at what is emerging and talk in terms of systems and models, not inner work part of it that is well established, but I want to talk about systems and processes and models that is required. So there are three things required. One is this group soul that is binding and uniting everyone, and that's well known, so I'm not going into that. Other two is, when we look from integral yoga perspective, Sri Aurobindo, when he started talking about yoga of self-perfection, what is the first foremost instrument when it is purified and liberated? That will become the key agent for the journey that can support the soul. It's really like the right hand of the soul to engage with the world. And he narrowed down to this intelligent will. This intelligent will is what gets hijacked by the fear, anxiety, or guilt, all this anger, all that. So when intelligent will is hijacked by these things, then intelligent will misuse, or it is at the service of fear, anger, jealousy, all kinds of things. So unless this intelligent will is purified and liberated, there is very little chance for an individual to make the journey, as well as for the collective. So in the context of the collective being, if a collective is to come together, what will provide the equivalent of individual self-awareness? Our individual self-awareness starts with the bodily level awareness, where we know, even when we are millions of cells, we have a sense of one being. Now, for the collective being, such a nervous system never existed so far. But now what we see is evolution is throwing up means by which thousands and thousands of people can cluster and develop a collective self-awareness. And here technology will be playing a key role, and we can already see that happening. Internet is really like emerging like a brain of the earth, and local area networks will provide local self-awareness. And this will only accelerate, and the intelligence emerging in that. So the collectivity, thousands of people, like say 50,000 people coming together and clustering, that would require, it's what I would call the digital public infrastructure that will generate collective awareness. Otherwise, what is happening in the collectivity is rumors, gossips, these spread, fears, they spread fast. And we can already see with the internet, the hatred, anger, these things spread. So how do we define a field of collective awareness where there is a conscious intelligence that can filter out the waves of fear, waves of anger, waves of jealousy, waves of gossip? And I would say what will emerge in the coming years is really like a collective dashboard where you can see the progress of the collective. But for a collective intelligence to make choice, conscious choice, where we are going, we need to have a development model. Unfortunately, we do not have a development model today in the world. What we have is GDP, which practically represents only economic activities. In terms of chakras, I would say only the solar plexus. That's not enough to know what is development. So collectively, what is development? Then we have human development indicators by the United Nations that briefly touches upon the education and the longevity of the body, but that too is not sufficient. Bhutan is experimenting with gross national happiness, which is beginning to touch upon the subjective dimension. And this subjective dimension and mapping it is central for the future in terms of development indicators. So when we look at, say, development in terms of an integral approach, I would say, what is the development of the physical being or the Annamaya Kosha, if I may use the traditional vocabulary? Development stages of the Annamaya Kosha. So if I take Auroville, it's like our land, our buildings, infrastructure, all that are part of the Annamaya Kosha development. And what are the stages of it? Can we map it? Can we trace it? Then comes the development of the Pranamaya Kosha, which is where we can say the next three chakras, that is the Swadhisthana, Manipura, and Anahata come into the picture. What is the development stage of the emotional being, vital being, the sensual being, all that. So the financial development, economic development, all that fall within that. And what are the development stages of this? And if we look at many of the so-called developed nations, we see that UK has Ministry of Loneliness, Japan has Ministry of Loneliness. Say the Pranamaya, the Annamaya Kosha is well developed. The physical development, economic development, excellent. But emotionally suffering, loneliness, depression. And this is growing across the world. So what do we mean by a developed nation, a developed collectivity? This is where the development of the emotional being, all that come into the picture, which has to be properly mapped. And we need to have a development model that shows here is where the collectivity is. And recently I saw a report from Kerala where 60% of the students are suffering from one or other form of mental health challenge. And this is spreading like wildfire everywhere, not only in Kerala, but all over India and all over the world. So if we do not have a frame of reference to look at development, if we only do the, say, Annamaya Kosha, the physical development or vital economic development, we miss out on the rest of it. So our integral model, Indian model or the yogic model has, one is this Annamaya Kosha development, this is then Pranamaya Kosha development, then there is a Manomaya Kosha and its development, the mental development of the collective being. That's where the collective intelligence come into the picture. And collective intelligence can be operationalized only when there is a shared vision with reference to which the intelligence has to operate. That's where the soul come into the picture. The unifying shared vision, shared values, shared mission, all that. So intelligence is caught between what is below in terms of the Pranamaya Kosha and the Annamaya Kosha, when there is soul behind. So if we look at, say, Upanishadic framework, they will give the Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. This five-fold development is necessary. And integral education and integral yoga provides a framework of physical development, vital development, mental development, psychic development, and spiritual development. If this model of reference is not there, we may have a lot of development without much clue and without touching upon the deeper, subtler layers of our being. So there is a critical work to be done in terms of developing the right framework, the models of development, so that intelligence can operationalize activities. So 3 things. One is the model, integral development indicator that is necessary for not only for the education of the individuals, but also to see and map the development of the collective being, no matter what the scale is, whether it is a small community or a nation or the whole humanity. What is the framework of development? Are we able to track physical development, emotional development, mental development, and soul's development? What are the indicators? And there is no ready-made answers. There is quite some research and work to be done to distill this out. This doesn't exist as a ready-made thing. We have wisdom traditions. We can tap into the wisdom traditions and get that. And then this purified intelligence, this is where modern technologies like artificial intelligence, all that can come in, so that collective self-awareness that comes through the local area network can be processed rapidly, and we need real-time awareness of the collective being. For example, when there is a thorn piercing the foot, the pain is immediately felt by the whole being, and you can take action. But what is the equivalent nervous system for the collective being? When there is a pain, something is piercing, can you take action? And in order to do that, you need to know in real time what is happening. So data will be the pointers of that building up of the collective self-awareness. And AI and things like that will provide rapid way to process it. But our principles, policies, these will guide the intelligence to take the journey forward so that it is in alignment with the soul. It is serving the soul and its mission and purpose. So that's how my current understanding is, as I'm looking at Auroville's own struggle. Like, we have all the tribes here. We are trying to live together in harmony. And one thing that is central is diversity. If there is true unity, diversity can thrive. If there is no uniformity, if there is no unity, you will be replacing unity with uniformity, that everyone do the same thing. And that is the danger that is unfolding in the world, where a world state that can create a homogeneous global civilization versus a tremendous cultural diversity to emerge. And that diversity to emerge, we need these collectivities that have unique soul purpose, unique soul, so dharma and swabhava, and having the freedom to develop. So in Auroville, we can see the tremendous diversity, but diversity also became a challenge in terms of collective will. One thing is to have a shared vision, shared mission, all that, but when you don't have a shared will that can work together as one being, just like this body is acting like one single unit, millions of cells coming together and acting like a single being. And that is the development stage currently we are facing as a civilization, that collectivities actually can come together and become truly immensely powerful and amplify their collective creativity. So this is the invitation that is ahead of us. And if we are to build the future, we need to think in terms of, one is development model. Second is, what is the digital public infrastructure that will build collective self-awareness? The soul is already there. Aspiring soul is waiting for the instruments to develop so that it can express and rapidly grow. I would like to leave it at that. Open for discussion.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah. So my job is very easy. Yeah? I agree with everything Bhante says. I agree with everything Manoj says. I'll just add a few thoughts to it. The first is that India has been a very diverse country for a long time, and there are lots of methods that have been used. And this various levels of development is one. And then many of these, Yama, Niyama, Brahma Vihara, all of these are inherent in the society. One of the things that we have lost, unfortunately, we have not lost it fully, because I've done a lot of work with developmental spaces. I've worked with the, most underprivileged in India and so on. There are a few things that they still remember. One of the things that has not yet gone out to the collective consciousness is the meaning of the word dharma. Now, the only places where I've had to explain what the word dharma means is with English-educated Indians. I've never had to explain the word dharma with people who are from the soil. And I've worked with Dalit groups, I've worked with places that have just come out of insurrection. The other critical thing is that Indian society always had 3 points of reference. Anything you take in India, it's never 2, because 2 is an unstable number. So space starts with 3. So what are these 3? And this is clearly stated. I won't go into the Sanskrit. One is the individual development, which is very critical, which is the individual sadhana. The second is, what part of my prana am I willingly investing in the collective? Okay, this is very clearly stated. Yeah, how much of my prana am I taking in? Because what happens because of the pratipaksha that Bhanteji spoke about is, every time I bring my individual self into the picture, and I do not get from the world exactly the kind of protection and exactly the kind of fruits that I expect. Rather than going to sadhana, I pull back and go back into myself, not to do sadhana, but to critique the other, to blame the other, that the world is not conducive to my growth. Okay, this whole idea is how samskaras are designed in the Indian context, where you have the physical and the psychological growth of the individual, and every samskara in the growth of the individual is a social drama that enables the group to understand what is the growth of this individual and how do we as a collective enable this growth. Now, one of the things that has got lost in the whole process of our civilizational, whatever we went through, is there were lots of institutions where things that happened to individuals could be processed. Yeah, one of the old institutions in a family was called the Kudam. So we revived that model, and there's a film about it. If you like, you can see. I showed it to some of our friends the other day. We had a lot of fun with that film. Now, what that film talks about is that any individual engagement with a larger group will inevitably have hurt. Now, when I'm engaging in a task, it's not the time to figure this out. Yeah, so 3 of us have gone to a hunt. The lion that he's talking about is coming in front of us. One of us will have to say, shut up and shoot. I can't tell Bhanti at that time, please teach me about the Brahma Viharas. I can't turn around to him and say, what's the collective measure? I just got to shut up and shoot. Now, this is used by governance processes to keep everybody shutting up and shooting wherever they want you to shoot. Yeah, but the Indian system always had a process where you could come back and ask vital questions, and these are all the questions that the two of them spoke about. So these institutional processes have been depleted. So what do you do in this institutional process? Right? If I've done a fair amount of work with the Vishwakarma community. So every community has a deity. So the Vishwakarmas have a deity. What is that deity? That deity simply reflects what is valued the most in that community. Yeah? And in the larger context, we have the idea of the Ashtalakshmi. Ashtalakshmi means 8 kinds of wealth. Yeah, today most business organizations only look at one kind of Lakshmi, which is Dhana Lakshmi. Yeah, armed forces are all built around Dhairya Lakshmi, which is courage. Right? There are NGOs which look at social justice or something like that. But each of these is one aspect. And I'm very happy that Auroville has committed itself to the Ashtalakshmis. Yeah, you have the 4, the 8, whatever. So you guys are in deep trouble. Much easier to take only one of them and say the rest doesn't matter. When you say all 8, you have a huge opportunity in front of you. There's also a method that's been suggested of how these collectives are conducted. And any temple you go to in India, if it's a large enough temple, the first panel you will see is the panel of the Samudra Manthan. The Mahabharata is a story of Samudra Manthan. Yeah, so that's a very critical part of the whole culture. And that's a phenomenal story, because what it says is that inside all of us, there are Daivik forces which will go towards the Brahma Viharas, and then there are Asuric forces which will go towards the Pratipaksha, which is the greed, the Lobha, Moha, Krodha, all of that. And any situation can trigger either of these. And what happens inside us usually is one fights over the other to dominate. When this domination trip fails, they try persuasion inside. No, if you look at your own inner dialogue, it'll either be one voice trying to dominate the other, or one voice trying to pull the other towards itself. So the Asuras and the Devas were doing it for 1,000 years, nothing happened. So finally they consulted wisdom. Brahma said, you'll have to do a churning. So they went and brought Vasuki. You hold it, you just do tug of war, you don't do a churning. So they said, how do we churn? So he said, go and get Mandara. So they got Mandara, and then they started churning. And very soon they found that the Mandara just went into the sea, because all of us are living in this samsara sagara, and there's no place to keep the Mandara, so it went down. So they ran back again to Brahma and said, what do we do? Brahma said, what is the truth? What is the foundation on which you're doing this churn? Have you both guys decided? So that is Vishnu. What is that great truth for which you're doing this churn, that in the midst of an ever-changing, temporary world will hold you instead? Yeah, will hold you and allow this churn to take place. So that's a tortoise. And that's a very interesting symbol in of itself. Just think about it. So the tortoise on its back holds the Mandara. And to churn, you need to really be in harmony with each other. I have to move and pull. I have to move and I have to pull. Now this is very difficult, because I think this guy is the devil. He's wearing orange, I'm wearing blue. How can I churn with you? And this guy is wearing white, I'm wearing blue. I have a huge problem. So the churning process is when I really go fully into Banteji's reality and experience it. And when I experience his reality fully, lots of things will happen to me. I'll be afraid. I'll feel like dominating. I can be a judge. So many things will happen. And that's where my individual sadhana becomes so important. So every churn, every movement in and out is an opportunity for me to go deep within and see what is the poison that I have to take out. And that's where Shiva comes in. Because when they started this process, there was Kalahala. It's actually called the poison of time. So he had to go Shiva. So Shiva had to hold it. You can't spit it out, right? Where do you spit out the poison? Yeah? You drink it, you die. So you have to know how to hold it at the Vishuddhi so it can get transformed. Yeah? So you discover all of this and then you churn for a few thousand years. And as you churn, all the Aishwarya that's waiting inside me, waiting inside him, waiting inside Bhanteji, waiting inside the collective start appearing one by one. Yeah? So this is the process that is recommended. It's a process that has happened. Yeah, I've experienced it in village groups, in large groups. I've rarely experienced it in educated people, unfortunately. Because what I see happening with educated people is I have a fight with Bhanteji, my company has a fight with him, and we'll sign a peace treaty. Yeah. After that, I will go back and I will use all my capability to have even more stronger weapons than him, and then I'll quietly push away the treaty and go and fight with him. Yeah? Any similarity with all the historical processes in the world is completely intended. Because this is what we've been doing for the last 3,000-4,000 years. Yeah, we have nations which are tribal, which are run by fear, which are run from greed. We form peace treaties, then we go back, develop a little more powerful thing. The latest thing I heard this morning was they suspect that AI is being used by Israel for the war. Yeah, any doubt that would have been sooner or later? So what mind will actually value peace? We haven't seen it for 2,000-3,000 years. Yeah, for 2,000-3,000 years, what we've seen is every difference is danger, is difficulty, is divisive, and so on. And I really loved what you said, Manoj, that every difference is actually an invitation to discover something new. There's a great possibility of discovering if I really know how to listen to you from my depth, and you learn to listen to me from my depth. And I assure you, you'll see crap inside me, and you should allow me to see the crap inside you. I'll be scared of you, you'll be scared of me, but I think we can churn. Yeah, we have for the last 20 years or so, right? So then we grow in friendship, we grow in learning. Yeah, so that's the model. And I believe, there are so many beautiful stories of the Buddha where people come to him and say, this is what my preceptor is saying, this is what my preceptor is saying. And the Buddha says, I don't know which is the truth, go and practice and find out and come back. That is phenomenal wisdom. Yeah, so that's the model that's available. That's the model we're trying out in Auroville. It's not very easy. So that's where we are.
I felt like adding to that narrative about Shiva drinking the poison and not letting it go down, but holding the Vishuddhi chakra and the function of it, the purification. To take that story from historic metaphoric story to modern contemporary life experience, what we see happening in the world, the churning is happening and the poison is all out. We look in terms of the fake news and all the stuff that is being brought out. All that was under the carpet is out. The poison is out. Now, as seekers, our responsibility is, one thing is if you drink that poison, it spoils you, it damages you. But you can also spit that out in terms of communication. Word, purification of the word, speech will be the key to unlocking the future. So we are flooded with fake news and false alarms and panic attacks everywhere. And we are in a way forced to consume all that, but learning to hold that. And when we are expressing ourselves, the word that goes out, that's where the purification is. And there is a beautiful Upanishad, Taittiriya, which speaks about what is Brahman, the creative, where he says the lower lip, upper lip, the tongue, and the word that you speak. So the most fundamental creative force, the word, purification of the word, not letting the word be driven by fear, anger, or any other forms, so that the word is purified and it is an expression of the deepest truth. As Shraddhalu was mentioning, truth, so that the word gains the power to manifest.
Yeah, thank you. We'll make 3 groups now.
Yeah. So,
And just to tell you, we'll be there. Each of us will move through every group. So, yeah.
So this,
you'll get to meet each of us.
Yeah, one sec.
Whatever questions you have.
Yeah. So what we're going to be doing is divide ourselves into 3 smaller groups. It's open to choose groups, but let's not gravitate in more numbers. Just see that we have an equal representation of 10, 15 members. We have Rajiv, Devin, Naveen, and B. Can you be with Rajiv? Tuan? Tuan left. Tuan, if you can be with Naveen. And Hans, can you be with Devin? Devin? Yeah. So these are the 3 groups. The idea is they will hold the space for the conversation. What are we going to be doing in the groups is we have listened to them. They have offered from their individual wisdom. What is it that happens? What's the truth that we are seeking, and the churn to happen and the realities that Bhanteji talked about it. Invitation is for the next 1 hour, discuss of how, from what you have listened, what is going to be your take for yourself. What is it that you can implement at a practical level in the part of the world that you're in, or there will be Aurovillians as well. What is it for us as Aurovillians we can really take and really work it at a practical level? 10 minutes Manoj, Raghu and Bhandiji will move 15 minutes or 20 minutes across. They will listen into, they might offer perspectives. You can also ask them questions. This is the time where you can actually get up close and deepen it. And then at the end of close to 1 hour, the respective rapporteurs, which is what the group we have talked, 10 minutes before, they will share with the group what they have listened to, right? What's coming up for them? What is it that you shared? What is it that you felt like you were wanting to implement, your learnings and insight? And then they will ask the group, one of you to share. We come back, and then we share what we have harvested. What has been a learning? What's been an insight? 1 or 2 action steps that we would take back when we go back home, whether it is Auroville or whether it is from the communities that we are a part of.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting 1 hour. And it was, what I really liked was how basically it just kind of segued from one theme to another. We actually ended with a circle of sharing what is it that we would like to try in each of the spaces that we are part of as an experiment that, going forward from here. So just to, and given the time, I'm just going to kind of briefly just touch upon some of the key insights. So one is, we often find that the causes of the problems that we face, like for example, economic crisis and so on and so forth, are really outside of our immediate realm of decision making. It's happening elsewhere. There is war happening elsewhere, decisions made in World Economic Forum and so on and so forth, and developed countries. What do we do? Do we keep hoping that they will do something different, which will change our lives? And we were saying that that can't be the source of hope. And how do we start the change from ourselves? And what are little experiments that we can try, which actually can become a model which is a little more holistic and powerful? So we started off with that discussion. And we saw how there are inspirations from within the community working with either the four mother powers or Ashtalakshmi or various things. This is primarily in terms of valuing what an organization is generating, so non-economic metrics and so on, which has been discussed in the panel from the morning. We've been talking about it in various ways. So there's a possibility of saying that somebody from Pondicherry University said, I'm interested to see how we can take this to education. So there is one collaboration that we said we can explore and see where it takes us. So that's one thread that kind of came up. The second is to see in the Samudra Manthan, there was a discussion about Shiva being the person who was holding the poison. What will it mean in a collective like ours? And then we talked about how this could possibly be the collective's responsibility and not, put it on one particular individual. And what are some practices that we can then get into, which will allow for this poison to be held and churning to happen at the same time. So we thought of trying out a couple of experiments in the next few months and at least start conversing around possible experiments. So that's another thread that we have picked up. There was a very interesting discussion about shared leadership and shared power. This actually took a bulk of our conversation, where there was an experience from a school which is trying out a process which hears everybody's voice. And often the pace at which the school can move is very, very slow because everybody is pulling it in, 45 different directions. I'm just throwing a number. And what does it really mean to bring in a certain convergence and make decisions and so on? So there was a contrast, and I wish to just take a minute to share a story. There was a contrast shared by Pragnya about choir. How everybody had ideas as to what songs to sing, practice, and so on and so forth. But they felt like the person who is anchoring the choir is the person who is most competent, and everybody agreed to her authority for the choir. And then people said, yes, I trust this person to hold this with dignity and honor and so on and so forth. And each person committed to a certain practice of excelling in their own voice, practicing and so on and so forth, come for collective practice, not too loud, not too soft, and so on and so forth. So what does it really mean to step away from the typical pyramidical hierarchical model, nor have this cacophony of voices, but have, a certain trust-based authority for a given task, depending on the function. So we had quite a bit of discussion around that. And how do we basically bring in different styles of leadership as and when they're required? And what is, how can the collective then step back and say, do we need this kind of leadership now? Do we need another kind? So what are some processes required for that? Because sometimes when people get a chair, they don't want to get up. So I'm not talking about you three. So, so what could that mean? So we talked about that, and perhaps some experiments around that as well. And here we talked about how often there is a lot of voices. There is some North Star, but there is nothing synthesizing these voices towards the North Star. We talked about that. And so therefore, what is a process that we can invest in which synthesizes these synthesizes these voices towards the North Star, and then allow people to self-select, saying that, hey, this part of the activity I'm excited about. I'm interested in, let's say, the visitors' access to Matra Mandir. I'm interested in organization design. I'm interested in working with children. And can I stand up and say that, hey, this is going to be my deployment of my sadhana? So we actually ended with a beautiful list of 12 different things that each one of us wishes to try in our own context. And we also ended with a question saying that, often this word individual sadhana gets talked about a lot, but what is it truly in service of? If it's in service of the cave, that I keep going back to, then is that going to create a collective? And if I drop that every time I have to get into the world of action, then why am I here, in a place which values individual sadhana? So what does it really mean to have discussions around what is this in service of? So I think we kind of ended on that note and said maybe these are conversations we can take back to our communities, because we had a diverse group of people. Each group had a question of individual sadhana. So can we take back and have these conversations in our communities? So that's basically a quick summary. Anything else the group wishes to add, which... Thank you.
So we had a nice, small, intimate group. I think the key central theme of our conversation was when we speak of collective sadhana, and in a setting where you have a person as kind of the head of the collective, where everybody kind of, has chosen as the head, and there are some specific rules, guidelines, and practices. So that's one kind of setting. And the other setting, we were 4 or 5 of us from Auroville, where we don't have in a human form a central leader that's alive, and we are all kind of aligning to the supreme truth, to the divine in our own way, and there are very little rules. So a lot of the conversation was around that, and even in spaces where there is a human head, one of the persons shared that what happens when I don't align with that person's way of being, and I feel in fact more constricted than feel being held by the collective. So and then the examples of nature were shared, that is there something that we can learn from how nature evolves, and how different examples where there need not be like we have the whole body as an organism, and there are different parts that play a certain function, and can there be a model where there is no one leader, but the whole as a collective, what Manoj spoke about, the group soul, and the high ideal of a divine anarchy, which is a very high ideal, that where each person is attuned to the higher truth, and there is kind of a movement. And then of course there were conversation that's the high ideal that we have, but if I can't even see that in one small group, are we too far from that ideal? So there were, I think, a lot of conversations and sharing around that. And then we also took a moment to kind of step back and say, okay, what is it in terms of one step or a few steps that each of us would like to take in our kind of collective setting? And what came up is, okay, I can actually step up and share, in smaller groups. I think what kind of was brought in is, which even Raghu brought in, is that in most communities, the Kudam spaces that he spoke of, spaces where you can come together, have this churning, have these, sharing, which would then actually prevent conflicts. So those, if they are missing, and he brought in the perspective of how kind of if there is only one power which is established as the force, then it kind of tries to shut down other forms of power and spaces which can really bring in these conversation and these churnings. So I think a few people shared that how they would want to step up and really have these spaces of sharing and churning, and invite community members into that. There were some intentions shared of how to identify even a smaller collective where we see there is resonance, and can we do experiment or research-based understanding, research-based exploration to really say, okay, within a small group, can we find what creates resonance, what kind of facilitates collective sadhana, and then move on from there. So what would an at scale embodiment of collective sadhana look like was one of the question posed, which is what kind of Auroville has been attempting to do at scale. But the same thing, if we are not there at scale, can we at least identify in smaller groups and see what's working, and then what would it take for it to all come together in the spirit of what Auroville's ideals are. Some of the important points that came up was the need to have intergenerational voices. I think often if that is missing, then we don't get the voices from the youth. So some of our deepest sharing came from the youngest person, in the circle. So how do we ensure that intergenerational voices are kind of allowed to come in? Yeah, these were kind of some of the key sharings. If from the group anybody wants to add anything.
Yeah, that it's not so much the problem of leadership, but it's the problem that leadership is not. You can't hear me? Okay. Just 2 seconds.
It's not so much a problem of leadership, but it's the problem of leadership not being enough in the process of churning, or that was because we need leadership. But it's the how and the process, and in all walks of life. I think we talked about that also. Anything, everybody?
Naveen?
Hello, everybody. A little difficult to do justice to such a rich conversation that happened in the room, but I'll quickly try and just bring out some main points that have come up. Some of the themes that came up were around the current state of the world and a certain sadness that some of the people in the conversation are feeling. Some of us are feeling around, the kind of the world today, which is sort of seems to be getting more and more divisive, polarized. Very GDP-centric, top-down control, very anthropocentric, human-centric in a sense, masculine-centric, not enough art, not enough nurturing of or space for the feminine to flow. So a few people sort of expressed a certain hurt and sadness around where the world seems to be today, and the importance of communities that are looking at both individual and collective sadhana were also mentioned. A couple of examples, of course, one is Auroville. We're also lucky to have somebody from Sri Lanka sort of nurturing the Sarvodaya community, and we will get to hear about it tomorrow more. We also spoke a little bit about the challenges faced by some of these communities. I can't go into great detail right now, but it's a plug for tomorrow's session. Yeah. Okay. So there were also some sharings around how individual sadhana, though a lot of people seem to emphasize on it, is not enough. It is important. It has its place, but it's also very important to deepen collective sadhana. And what does that mean? So there were some questions around that. So there's a clear recognition that individual sadhana alone is not enough. It's important, but not enough. And we had some lovely sharings, especially by Amrit around Tuan as well, but Amrit and Tuan primarily, around the similarities between the ashram and Auroville. They're both communities that are looking at individual and collective sadhana. They have their own similarities. They also have their own differences, not in an opposition kind of differences, but they have different flavors. So a good amount of that came out in their sharing, and fascinating. But maybe you can catch them when you find them, Amrit and Tuan. They'll go into greater detail about it. But yeah, similarities around both the ashram and the Auroville communities, and how are they similar, how are they different, and what are perhaps some of our challenges. 3 actionable items that came up, at least that I could capture. One was expanding what we mean by collective to more than just the human. When we say collective, we often just keep it to the human and the human realm. But what would it mean to actually expand boundaries to, I think Devin mentioned intergenerational. What would it mean to expand it to sort of interspecies? And how would then our sadhana shift what would collective sadhana mean if we were just to move beyond the anthropocentric and expand our experience of the collective. Secondly, nurturing communities of heart as a unit of change, as a response to control. Basically, how do we nurture communities of heart so that we have a solid foundation to sort of build from. And most importantly, this word kept coming up, humility. Humility of the heart, humility as a lived experience. 2-3 important people, sharing as it came up. What is humility? How can we live, or can we live, as an invitation, how can we live with humility rather than so much certainty of ourselves? So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Just one remark, and then I'm going to hand it over to requesting Bhanteji to chant the basic Buddhist chant of Dhammam Sharanam, Buddham Sharanam, and Sangham Sharanam. Also, the word dharma, as the king's dharma, has always meant every living thing within their area of control. The word dharma never meant only human beings. I don't know when it became just human collectives, but the word dharma does not mean only human collectives. It means all living things around me.
Okay. I enjoyed all the 3 groups and the whole session, this morning session. So we are going to chant together. I'll chant, but also you can join me if you want. Yes, something I learned today about your greeting. I was in Uganda and someone always greeted me, Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Now can I say Om Satya, Satya, Satya? I'll be the greeting of all Aurovillians. Om Satya, Satya, Satya. So I'll say Om Satya, Satya, Satya 3 times. Yes. Really, actually, the whole Buddha was awakened to the truth. Dukkha, Samudaya, Nirodha, and Magga. That's the truth. In fact, the whole teaching of the Buddha is around those 4 aspects of the same truth. The 4 noble truth. That's the period of what the Buddha taught. The Buddhism, what you call Buddhism is Dhamma. That's what the Buddha taught. So the Buddha awakened one to the truth, then Dhamma, the truth, and then Sangha, the community that follow the truth. You can't go wrong with that. That's our North Star. So we are going to say Gacchami, Buddham Saranam Gacchami. So 1, 2, 3, Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. One more time. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Om Satya, Satya, Satya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on that note of Om Satya, 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 inviting you to just join us in the dining room while we get the space ready. We have a 30-minute break. 4:45 we come back for celebration of the Sangha, of the Dhammam, and of the truth.
जाओ मेरे प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine, I am thine. Lord, I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. Be thou mine, oh, be thou mine. I am thine, I am thine. Oh, जाओ मेरे, oh, जाओ मेरे, oh, जाओ मेरे, oh, जाओ मेरे, प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे ओ जाओ मेरे प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा प्रभु मैं तुम्हारा तुम्हारा I am thine, I am
Yesterday, Manoj was sharing the beautiful architectural marvel that is the Maitri Mandir, and sharing with us the inspiration and vision that the mother had, where that crystal is like the heart receiving energy from above. And this chant, to a certain degree, can allow us to just sit for a moment feeling that I am thine is our energy rising up towards the heart, and be thou mine is the Lord's energies, that divine consciousness descending from above to meet us halfway, self-effort meeting divine grace, desire for change and transformation meeting a higher state of consciousness that allows and holds space for that change. Let's feel the union of those two currents within our being. This next chant is originally a chant by Rabindranath Tagore, the words at least, that our Guru translated from Bengali into English, and the words are, "Who is in my temple? All the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves. Darkness like a dark bird flies away, oh flies away. कौन है मेरे मंदिर में? द्वार खुले सब अपने आप, दीप जले सब अपने आप, अंधेरा काले पंछी समान, दूर उड़े ओ दूर उड़े." Once we are keenly aware of who resides within our temple, automatically from within, everything opens up, everything lights up. Any darkness that existed is dispelled forever. And so let us invite that light into our being, into our consciousness now, and ask ourselves, who is in my temple? Kaun hai mere mandir mein? And once I know the answer, forever all doors will open, all lights will light up.
In my temple, all the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves, all the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Who is in my temple? Who is in my temple? All the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves, all the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Who is in my temple? Who is in my temple? All the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves, all the doors do open themselves, all the lights do light themselves. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a bird flies away, oh flies away. Condenere mantene, condenere mantene, morcule sarvapadela, dicele sarvapadela, morcule sarvapadela, dicele sarvapadela, andera vale panchi saman, durule o durule, andera vale panchi saman, durule o durule. themselves. All their doors to open themselves. All their lights to light themselves. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away. Who is in my temple? Who is in my temple? All the doors to open themselves. All the lights to light themselves. All the doors to open themselves. All the lights to light themselves. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away. Andere panchi sama durule, oh durule. Andere panchi sama durule, durule. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away. Darkness like a darker flies away, oh flies away.
Once again, just for a moment, let's sit back and disengage for a moment from the external world. See if you can withdraw your senses, your sense perceptions back into the spine, into your heart, or you can uplift your gaze, offering the energy that has been awakened from the heart. Offer it at the feet of omnipresence. Mentally ask yourself, who is in my temple? Who's calling the shots here? Who's making these decisions? Where does my inspiration come from? And see if automatically the doors of the world, the doors of your own heart are opening. Feel if the inner light is growing stronger, is awakening. That will help us understand from which state of awareness we are acting and participating in the world. If there is darkness and confusion, and perhaps you aren't yet aware of who lives in your temple. But if there is light and joy and openness and love, then your soul is shining forth through you. Sudha, do we want to do another chat to her, Sudha? How are we on time?
Maybe one more.
Should we do another chant? How's everybody feeling? All right. One more. This last chant is as simple as it gets. It's 2 words, Hari Bol. I know in general, any form of the divine is not necessarily in Auroville, especially. There's no particular form that you connect with, which is beautiful in many ways, the formless, that state of consciousness. But sometimes these little forms are windows upon infinity. And here Hari, of course, is just whatever state of awareness you see as the absolute highest. And it's a beautiful idea, these 2 words, Hari Bol, which essentially is under all circumstances, Hari Bol. It's all God. Oh, bad things are happening. Hari Bol. Wonderful things are happening. Hari Bol. And if we can build that idea in our hearts and in our minds, Hari Bol, it's all you, Lord. I'm here only to serve you. Whatever you offer me, I willingly, joyfully take. So Hari Bol over and over again until that becomes how we see and perceive all things. Are people chanting along with us? I can't tell. I can only hear mine and Narayani's voices.
They are taking it in.
They're taking it in. All right, that's good enough. But if you feel that the rhythm of the chant is getting to you, then please sing with us.
Hari Bol, 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 Hari Bol. Hari Bol, 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 Hari Bol. Hari Bol, 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 Hari
So one last time, just enter back into our state of awareness. Feel joy, feel freedom to be able to place it all in His hands and say, "It is yours, I live for you." Under all circumstances, I praise Thee, I call Thee, I love Thee. Hari Bol. Whatever is going out on the surface of my consciousness, it is your divine play, your Leela. I live within with you, ever in your presence, ever joyful. And feel that freedom, feel the ability to, under all circumstances, say that, feel that, know that to be true. Expanding your state of awareness to include everyone in this room. Feel that divine heart beating. Feel Him smiling, working, talking, interacting through each one of them, silently guiding us, ever so sweetly, never imposing, never pushing, only inviting us to recognize Him behind everything. Om.
Thank you. So, with this, we conclude the first day of the International Spiritual Summit. Today is also the day where 10 years ago, the peace table came into the hall of peace, which we met yesterday, meditated yesterday.